Everything's working. Microphone is working. Okay. I'm taking my supplements right now before I forget. But today we are playing another 2 games. These 2 games are made by the same people. I'm playing the one I'm more personally interested in first, which is this. I don't know how to pronounce it. I know it's Japanese, but like Ookami Okami. Okami is, I don't know, I can't remember. One is supposed to mean wolf and the other is supposed to mean innkeeper. But yeah, I remember seeing like posts about this online and I thought the art was really pretty, and so I'm excited to play the demo for this one. Let me just start the recording before I forget. There we go. Okay. Hope everyone is doing well today. It's Mother's Day in Canada, so that's also partially why I wanted to start the stream today a bit earlier. But alright, let's get started. First of all, off the bat, music is a banger. I don't know if it's like... I don't know if that's free music or not. Like royalty-free music, or if they had someone compose. Let me Google that really quickly. Nothing wrong with using royalty-free music. It's just nice when they're able to have people who can compose specifically for the game. I think they have a YouTube. I'm assuming their music is free to use as long as you give credit. Still, it's very pretty music. And it does fit the vibe of the game. Alright, we're just gonna go and start off with a new game. This demo is supposed to be shorter than the other one. Because I'm playing 2 today. This one, I think, can't remember how long it's supposed to be. Like an hour and a half? Somewhere around there. And then the other one's supposed to be 2.5 hours. So all in all, it should be about 4, probably more like 5, but we'll see. Well, this is it, isn't it? I press my palm against the counter, feeling its every imperfection worn smooth by years of care. Every step in these halls, every creak in the floorboards, I've memorized them all. After tonight, none of it will belong to me anymore. Strange. I thought I'd feel sadder. Let me know if the music is too loud. I think it's okay for now. I might have to lower it a bit more. I've spent a lifetime here, and now I'm too old to take care of it. A ryokan, traditional Japanese inn. Without its keeper, it's just an empty house waiting to be forgotten. How many times have I cleaned these counters and mopped these floors, greeting guests who came and went like fleeting whispers. I wondered if I would ever find someone to walk these halls with me, not just pass through them, someone who would wake up beside me every morning. But no one stayed. No one made an impression. I think just for myself, I'm gonna have to, turn it down ever so slightly. Maybe like a 50. I made my way toward the onsen, hot spring, my knees protesting with every step. I should have let myself enjoy my life more. Even with the gas gone and the lanterns dimmed, A single, unyielding thought stayed behind. So my prediction right now for her, because this one has an isekai plot. My prediction for how we get isekai'd is we fall into the hot spring and like drown or something, and then we wake up in wherever we isekai off to. I'm calling it. I'm locking that in. That is my final answer. Did I live well? Because I'm assuming whoever, like, oh god, I don't know how to pronounce that. Akeen? But I'm assuming that she's quite old now. I spent my youth building this place, holding on to it with everything I had. And in the end, there's no one left to hold on to me. So, that's the real regret. Well, it's too late to dwell on it now. I steady myself against the wall and rise with a groan, feeling every year of my age in the crack of my back. But then... Whoa. My foot slips. Okay, that was way too loud. I thought this... Okay, yeah. No, we're gonna put sound proportional to background music. My bad. I was underestimating how loud the sound would be. My foot slips. There's a moment of weightlessness followed by a hard crack as the back of my head meets the stone. Okay, so we don't drown, but we conk our head. And it's very possible that that could kill us, you know, hitting the back of your head. And then comes the cold. Hi, Annie. Thank you for the head pat. Water rushes over me, pulling at my limbs. My fingers grasp for an anchor, but meet only emptiness. My vision begins to tilt into shadows, until all that remains is the sight of steam rising to a dark, bottomless sky. Perhaps, in another life. My head feels like someone's hosting a drum circle in there. I inhale, hoping to be greeted by the cozy scents of aged wood and warm sake, but instead... What is that smell? Salt, fragrant smoke, and sweet aroma of osmanthus. Instead of my dimly lit ryokan room, I see red, a bridge covered in mist. This isn't my ryokan. I'm pretty sure I'm like butchering that pronunciation, so like I'm pretty sure the way I'm emphasizing some of the consonants is not right, but that's okay. This feels so cold. Am I dead? I died, didn't I? The Red Bridge of Souls. Okami-sama. The stories were all true, weren't they? A place between, a crossing for those who have breathed their last, and now I'm the one walking it. But why does everything sound so loud? I can hear whispers, low murmurs. The occasional laughter. Seriously, my ears are starting to ache. Wait. Ears? A horrible suspicion takes hold, and when I lift my hands... those aren't my hands, are they? Since when are my fingers this slender, and my skin this smooth? I haven't seen these knuckles since I was 20. And claws. I scrambled to check my arms and legs. Where did the rest of me go? No more wrinkles, no more gnarled knuckles, no more aching bones. I'm youthful. I'm glowing. I'm radiant. She's so pretty. Oh my. My jaw drops. I pat down my arms. Firm. I press a hand to my stomach. Flat. I trail higher. No! No way! My hands fly to my chest. They're perky? You know what? Valid. Me too, if I was super old and then I got isekai'd into a younger body. By the spirits above, I have breasts again. Perky, full, no sag, no back pain. This is a miracle. These are the breasts of a woman in her prime, not a retired ryokan owner who needed at least 2 layers of fabric and a prayer to hold them up before. 2 layers of fabric and a prayer is crazy. But before I can even begin to celebrate this ridiculous, beautiful miracle, something is definitely moving behind me. No. I turn my head, hoping I'm just seeing things, but no. It's a tail. A red furred tail sways behind me, wagging so cheerfully that I can't even wrap my brain around the fact that it's mine. Oh! Hello, Cypher. Hope you're doing well today. Ryokan, all syllables have the same length. Okay, gotta keep that in mind. Hold on. Stop that. I'm absolutely not happy, Tail. I'm terrified. This is not a wagging situation. Oh. My hands tremble even more, trying to make sense of everything. My skin, my tail, my lack of. Oh. I'm naked. I'm as bare as the day I was born, but with a tail, claws, and apparently some kind of breast enhancement. Oh no. A breeze rolls across the bridge. My entire, very exposed, freshly revived, nobody was supposed to see this body, prickles. Stay calm, stay dignified. But of course, there's no dignity left to be had. I collapse into a ball, desperately using my tail as a modesty screen. Dude, honestly, I'll take that nosebleed. She's so pretty, guys. How embarrassing. To be seen like this is a fate worse than death. But I'm not alone. I hear footsteps. No, more like claw steps, followed by rustling robes and a horrible skittering sound. No, absolutely not. I will not look. I am not entertaining whatever fresh horror that was. What the fuck? I hate these noises. Oh my god. A shadow looms behind me. A robed figure glides past, pauses, and then slowly backs away as if I'm the strange one. Another one, sporting a long, serpentine tail, grins at me, showing off a mouthful of sharp teeth. I pretend I didn't see it. They're everywhere. I'm being circled by spirits, possibly man-eating spirits, and I hope I'm not on the menu. That's it. I will not be making eye contact with anything that looks like it might eat me. Deep breath. Focus. I've handled rowdy nobles, drunken guests, and several matchmaking attempts. I can handle this. Alright, first things first, close. And then I figure out what in the world just happened to me. I pushed myself up. Careful, composed, and... New arrival, huh? Cute tail. Followed by a burst of laughter. Oh, splendid. Public humiliation on day 1. Lovely. Alright, breathe. Pretend you're fine. My fingers twitch, and something deep inside me whispers. Move low, stay quick. Bare your teeth if you must. And for once, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Come now, old girl. You've handled worse than this. I prepare to stand, back straight, chin up, just like I've done for decades. Oh no, too fast. I push off the ground, but instead of a slow rise, I practically catapult myself into the air. Oh dear, why is my center of gravity all wrong? The bridge vanishes, and then air rushes past me as I tumble towards. Ah, for heaven's sake, not this again. Can a woman not stay dry for 5 minutes? Water, again, but this time it feels different. Ah, I seem to be breathing underwater. Well, that's new. It's certainly an improvement over my previous life. At least I don't have to worry about dying twice in one night. Didn't I already drown today? Fine. If the afterlife is just a series of puddles, I'll just live at the bottom. But before I can decide to stay here out of sheer stubbornness, the water lashes out. A hand catches me, yanking me forward with a grip that says, "Stop embarrassing yourself and get out of my river." Oh, that is a very impressive hand. Very firm. I'm pulled upward before I can finish the thought. My head breaks the surface, and finally, I see him. My goodness. Now I've seen many men in my life. Strong men. Handsome men. Men who paid extra for the private onsen package. But this one... He's something else entirely. Yeah, this was made for women. I mean, just look at those sculpted features and that luscious white hair. He looks like an old, torn war banner that is still standing at a sheer spite. Still, what a view. I think that is a typo. Where's Susan? Susan would really like this. Silent Hill F vibes. A little bit. Except I think that's a tiger and not a fox. You know what? Where is it? We gotta see this. Oh. And he drapes his kimono over me, his hand lingering just long enough to ensure it stays. It's been decades since a handsome man held me with such grave solemnity. I could just melt. You all right? Can I be like, I don't know, that's too strong. What is the save button? I feel like it's a little too, as much as I want to pick this, I feel like it's a little too weird. We'll pick it the next time I play through this again. Thank him. I'm fine, thank you. How fortunate that you were here. I place a hand over my chest. He watches me, silent as a grave, then offers a tiny nod of acknowledgement. Can you walk? More than I ever have before, actually. He slowly extends his hand. Come, I will help you cross. Well, since you're insisting. I take his hand. My, he's steady. I'd say it feels like a warm, solid grip, handled with a cautious steadiness that's actually rather refreshing. And together, we walk. This is a dream, isn't it? Does it feel like one? I watch the way he moves, wondering if the face matches the body. It usually does in stories like this, doesn't it? He's probably quite a heartbreaker under that metal shell. I don't know. You're rather intriguing for a dream. His grip on my wrist tightens slightly. Ah, that got a reaction. This old girl has barely been dead an hour and I'm already finding buttons to push. Because it is not a dream. Well, I suppose if I had to fall into anyone's arms, yours aren't the worst. He doesn't take the bait and gently nudges his head forward. The bridge is a dangerous place for a fresh soul to linger. No sense of play whatsoever. Straight back to business then. Alright, dear. Do me a favor and confirm it for me. Are you... yokai? Indeed, we are. I recall the stories now. Yokai are reincarnated from living souls. Isn't that the way of it? I pinch my hand again. It hurts. And I'm still here. Ah, so this is real then. I've actually gone and done it. Well, Akeen, you have two choices. Fall into an existential crisis or flirt your way through it. How scandalous! I bat my eyelashes at him, putting on my best damsel in distress act. Though we both definitely know I'm the one causing the distress. Oh my, how scandalous. Am I a pretty one? The Ookami is usually a majestic creature. Okami? Is that what I reincarnated into? And here I thought I was doing a lovely job. Are you saying I'm not majestic, sir? Excuse me. I can be majestic or tantalizing depending on who's watching. Or attempt to. No reply then. Typical. I notice his shoulders tense up for the nth time today. He remains silent, but his fingers twitch as if he's physically holding back a retort. I grin, my tail swishing behind me, and I realize it's wagging like a happy puppy's. Down, you ridiculous thing! Has she actually smacked it? I slap a hand over the fur to keep it still, but it clearly has its own agenda. He lets out a grunt, half annoyed, half amused, and turns his head away. Oh dear, I'm ready to pluck this tail away. We should keep moving. I will pretend that the tail incident didn't happen. Alright, so it's true then. I died with unfinished business and came back all supernatural. Humans do not become yokai without cause. Let me guess the recipe. A heavy pour of desire, a twist of longing, and a generous splash of regret. They always say intense feelings linger. Honestly, I was practically marinated in them. You understand your situation surprisingly quickly. I can't tell if that's a typo or not. I don't think so, it's just a little weird. I crawl my fingers into the fabric of the kimono around me. It's strange. I feel more here than I did when I was alive. I didn't want to die alone. That was it. The grand finale of my life was a desperate wish for a hand to hold. For a moment, only the river answers me. It was powerful enough. Lovely. 17 years of holding out for something more, and I end up half drowned in a clingy kimono with a ruggedly handsome masked man. I'd call it a misfortune, but the shoulders are an adequate trade-off. Or you were simply too loud for the afterlife to ignore. Cheeky, but I suppose a man who can return fire is much better than one who just broods. I spent my entire life running a ryokan, only to die and become a yokai. Some might call that a bit on the nose. Alright then, what's the routine? Do I just sit here looking fabulous until someone comes to collect me, or am I free to wander off and find some poor soul to pester? You decide that. Oh dear, very helpful, and incredibly vague. You should write fortune cookies. As simple as that? Yes, after all, even as a yokai, it's still your life. Ah, so it comes with free will. Excellent. I was hoping this wouldn't be one of those ominous bound to an ancient curse situations. I see a smirk. Oh, he's definitely judging me. I'm disappointed. Devastated. I look past him, at the mist-covered bridge ahead. Now, before I start deciding my path, where were you going before I made that spectacular descent into the river? I'd say you look like a man with somewhere to be. Home. Home, And where might that be? There. He lifts his chin slightly, and as if on cue, the mist moves to reveal a structure at the end of the bridge. Is that a ryokan? Yes. A ryokan in the spirit world. Indeed. I spent my whole life running an inn, and fate sends me right back to the front desk. My, the universe has a very dry sense of humor, it seems. And you live there? Yes. I cross my arms, sizing him up. He's as unreadable as ever, but something about his tone is humoring me. With rooms? Yes. A big, sturdy building like that must have plenty of quiet, empty corners. Perhaps a room with a view for a lady who's had a very long day. He shifts ever so slightly, realizing that he has walked straight into whatever trap I have set. Perhaps. Oh dear, very fortunate for me. His arms cross over his chest, and for a second, I swear he's fighting back the urge to smirk. And you intend to claim it, just like that. Well, I did just die and come back as a yokai. I feel like that entitles me to at least one complimentary perk. One? For now. I tap my chin, pretending to think. Tell you what, I'll earn it. Let me help out at your inn. Sweep a few hallways, clean the guest rooms, and look breathtaking while doing it. It'll be a fair trade. There's a beat of silence, then... I have made a mistake. Wonderful. I'll take it. He lets out a breath so heavy I'm surprised he doesn't sink into the bridge. The man looks at the river, then at me, clearly mourning his lost peace and quiet. Finally, he gives up on life and starts walking. I follow him with a grin on my face. Well, he can huff and puff till his face turns blue, but I've already mentally claimed a room there. The ryokan looms ahead, and... well... it's a building, technically. It's practically begging to collapse and call it quits. My, it's very... what do the younger people call it these days? Rustic? Not exactly welcome, weary traveler. Enjoy your stay, is it? No. This isn't exactly how things used to be, is it? It was. Did the previous owner simply walk out, or did the building just lose the will to live first? Either one sounds equally tragic, though. Please, a man with such impressive shoulders really shouldn't be keeping a house in a place that looks this miserable. Do you honestly expect me to believe it was always quite this... inviting? I can practically hear the unspoken sigh before it leaves him. Are you quite finished? No, I haven't even started. Well then, don't let me stop you. That sounds like a challenge. Unless, of course, he's mocking me. And then at last, we step inside. Oh! You live here? Oh. That oh is the sound of decades of experience shrieking in horror. It's worse than I thought. A ryokan should be warm and inviting, but this place feels like it's waiting for permission to die, and frankly, looking at those cells, I'm tempted to give it. This is a disaster. I am aware. Goodness, just like that? No attempt to sugarcoat it? Would there be a point? All right, that's fair. What happened here?
I lost the power to sustain it. My will and the buildings drifted apart.
You say that like you misplaced it under a cushion. You can't just lose the ability to maintain a ryokan. Or can you? I have no idea.
Would have been easier if I had.
And how long has it been like this?
Very long.
That at least I believe. I feel a ghost of a heartbeat in that sentence. This lobby is a wreck, yes, but there's a desperate sort of order to it. Someone is giving their all just to keep this poor place breathing. I should walk away. I'm dead. I've officially retired from the headache of hospitality. But even with that mask hiding his face, I know that slump in his shoulders. I've seen that exact same silhouette in the mirror on the nights I thought my own ryokan would swallow me whole. It's a heavy burden, isn't it? Running a house that's forgotten how to love you back. And keeping the lights on with sheer willpower, even though you're running on empty. You think if you stop, everything ends. I've lived that life. It's a heavy kind of lonely. His hands are still, but those shoulders are shaking. Looks like I've hit a nerve.
Have you changed your mind then? About staying here?
Leave? And let that poor man keep moping in the dark. I'm not cruel. I can't see an inn like this and walk away. Not when it still has bones strong enough to stand. Changed my mind? Goodness, I've just upgraded my ambitions. I'm not just going to help out. I'm going to help you revitalize it. I suppose it's true what they say. Once an Okami, always an Okami. I simply refuse to let a house with this much history die.
Hell.
Indeed. Consider me a very well-timed gift from the heavens. Or the river. Take your pick.
I don't need it.
Oh, I'm sure you don't. But that doesn't mean you should turn it down.
People realize the weight of this place and vanish, or they stay and try to change things they don't understand.
Don't call it help then. Call it professional meddling.
Persistent.
And you're very set in your ways. It's a match made in heaven, no? He exhales slowly, starting to realize that no isn't in my vocabulary today.
And your price? What do you gain from tying yourself to a sinking ship?
A place to stay, obviously.
Is that so? I've lived long enough to know when someone is hiding their true motives behind a clever tongue.
He sounds surprisingly amused. Oh, just a little sugar for my soul. You're easy on the eyes, and that's payment enough for me. Besides, it's either helping you out at your creepy ryokan or wandering around until something with detachable jaws decides I look crunchy. I tilt my head, practically begging for a reaction. A twitch? A frown? But no, not a single spark. He's just giving off this heavy, exhausted silence that's frankly exhausting me just looking at it. Besides, you need help and I need purpose. Let's not complicate a mutually beneficial arrangement.
And you assume you can do better in keeping this place than me.
I know I can do better. His ears prick up as if I've genuinely surprised him.
You claim experience then.
Dear, I used to walk barefoot through corridors, balancing ledges, calming guests, and yelling at staff. All before breakfast. I let the silence hang, watching him piece it together.
Then tell me, Okami-sama, what would you do to improve it?
Well, moving a single chair would count as a renovation at this point, wouldn't it? We'll start with the cobwebs. They're getting entirely too comfortable, and I don't share my workspace with 8-legged squatters. Then we tackle the lighting. It's so dim in here I can't tell if I'm talking to a landlord or a coat rack. It's gloomy, even for the afterlife. And I'm pretty sure I felt something evil whispering in that cupboard. I motion toward the dust-covered reception table next. Shoddy doesn't even begin to cover it. You want them to check in, not check for exits. I glanced toward the empty seating area, where the chairs look rather dusty and unkempt. It's offensive, really. They look like they've forgotten what a human, or a spirit, even feels like sitting on them. Back in my ryokan? Oh, what a time that was. The lanterns always glowed warmly, the sake never stopped flowing, and I knew the name of every guest who ever dared to flirt with me. I may have been alone behind the curtains, but the halls never were. Laughter, footsteps, whispers in the night. Sometimes scandalous, sometimes not. It was loud, it was messy, and, most importantly, alive. While this is a shrine to silence, and frankly, silence is a terrible host. It's a disaster, dear. A total heartbreak of a building.
And you believe you can fix this?
Oh, I don't believe. I know.
Arrogant. If you were as skilled as you claim.
Oh, it's a very big gift for you, isn't it? Feel free to test me. I adore an audience. He studies me for a long moment, and I catch the precise moment he finally realizes he's not winning this, or anything else today.
Fine, have it your way, but when you fail, don't say I didn't warn you.
Careful, by next week you'll be thanking me.
You will work here then.
Naturally.
And you will follow my rules.
Define follow. The man just turns on his heel, expecting me to follow. This is going to be entertaining. Well then, now that you've sort of accepted my offer, I suppose I should at least know who my boss is.
Shimon.
Who are you supposed to be, Shimon? I hope your resume is more impressive than your housekeeping.
I am one of the 4 mythical beasts.
He answers with the casual indifference of someone commenting on the weather. I beg your pardon?
The azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, the black tortoise. I am the white tiger.
Wait, the white tiger? The one from the scrolls?
The very same.
Slowly, I let my gaze travel up and down, actually looking at him. This frail, wilting daikon radish of a man is the legendary Byakko. Oh, he's just going to simply stand there with that little smirk, isn't he? And how, pray tell, does one of the 4 mythical beasts end up like this?
That is not important.
It's the most interesting thing in this room. Why are you hiding in a ruin like this?
I am not obligated to answer that.
Fine, I'll let it go. For now. Fine. Let's start over then. I'm Akin, former Okami of Ryokan Tsukigagi in the human world. I ran my ryokan for decades. I know how to handle guests, manage staff, and maintain order.
Do you now?
A challenge. Oh, delightful. Dear, I once managed a summer festival, 3 weddings, and a pipe burst all in one day, while wearing a kimono with a busted hem. I practically breathe hospitality. I kept that place running on time, under budget, and with guests so happy they left gifts. Shimon doesn't answer, before shaking his head sarcastically.
You're very hubristic for a wolf who was just playing log in the rapids a few hours ago.
Excuse me?
Odd. My memory suggests you were a floating, bedraggled ball of fur that needed saving.
I was just testing if I'd die a second time if I actually drowned.
Truly? Then you must be thrilled I cut your experiment short. You were looking quite finished.
Fine. You won this round.
Welcome, then, to your new home.
In that case, boss, why don't you give me the grand tour? I assume you've at least identified which disasters need my attention first.
Perhaps.
Look at him go, pretending he's not one stiff breeze away from a tumble. Naturally, I match his pace. I could easily overtake him and do a lap around this dusty hallway, but why ruin the view? It's high-quality entertainment watching a legendary beast play I'm fine when he's actually exhausted. Just as I'm considering how long he'll keep up the act, I catch sight of my reflection in a dusty mirror. Another picture, please? Right. I'm still wearing his robe. It's scandalously slipping off one shoulder, draping around me in a way that could be either elegant or suggestive depending on the lighting. My, and here I am strolling through your home in nothing but your clothing. What would the spirits say? Shimon steps mid-step and turns to me.
You require proper clothing.
Do I? I think this look has a certain charm, a bit daring. Quite refined, actually.
Stay here.
Such a commanding tone. He doesn't dignify me with a response. Rude. And disappears down a hall, leaving me alone. I take the opportunity to glance around. What was this place like before, when it was alive? And why does he seem so reluctant to talk about it? Before I can dig too deeply into my own curiosity, Shimon returns, carrying a neatly folded kimono. The moment my fingers brush the fabric, I notice something immediately. It's well kept. There's a faint, lingering scent. Soft, floral, and distinctly not his. A woman's scent. Oh, Shimon. Who's the lucky lady, and why am I wearing her kimono? I don't think he'll tell us, but I'll ask about it. Oh, boss. Whose kimono did you just give me? He recoils slightly, as if I just hit a nerve.
It was the only one left available.
Was it? Nothing but silence. Curious. The fabric is elegant and preserved with care. Not the kind of thing a man like him would keep out of convenience. Funny thing, though. A forgotten garment wouldn't be this well kept.
Are you going to change, or do you prefer to stand here and test my patience?
Oh, I love testing. Blah, blah, blah. I love testing patience. But you already knew that. That's not a disagreement. Well, whoever this kimono belonged to, they mattered. A lover, perhaps. Thank you.
This hallway leads to the guest rooms.
How many are there?
More than enough, but they are unused.
Don't worry, boss. I have plenty of ideas to bring life back to this place.
I will reserve judgment.
He strides ahead before I can retort. The scenery has changed, but the dance hasn't. Checking latches, counting shadows, keeping the world from falling apart. I spent decades doing exactly what he's doing now. He looks just as bone-tired as I felt the day everything ended.
This is one of the guest rooms.
Oh? He slides the shoji door open with a smooth motion, revealing the room inside. Why is there blood on the table? Or is that wine? I hope no one died in this room.
None?
Yet. His voice is as dry as the air in here. Seems like evil spirits are the only ones staying here. This needs to change. I swish my tail, stepping further inside. A little warmth, a little charm, a lot of exorcism and scrubbing, and this place could be something special.
I simply cannot wait.
Alright, first order of business. Who's cleaning all this?
That would be you.
My dear, you really think I'd fall for that?
You are the Okami now.
Yes, and a proper Okami delegates. Speaking of, where are all the staff? Surely you weren't running this place alone.
No, And there were others.
Were?
A soldier spirit who cooked, a broom that never stopped sweeping, a lazy river dweller who barely did anything unless bribed.
And the robe I woke up in, was that from the broom or the river dweller?
No, that was mine.
Sheesh. He says it as if that's just another towel on the rack. Well then, I'll return it eventually, after I stop enjoying how soft it is.
As you wish. Back to the matter at hand. When my strength faded, they withdrew. Yokai bound to a place need energy to remain. Without it, they slumber or disappear.
So they've been asleep this whole time.
Perhaps. Or waiting. I can no longer tell the difference.
He says it like it doesn't hurt, but something in his voice tells me it does. His weight shifts. Something's off. Boss? His posture wavers. His balance falters, and before I know it, he collapses. Shimon! I move without thinking, catching him before he fully crumples to the floor. It's a good thing I've got the strength of a wolf now, otherwise we'd both be a heap on the floor. He's lighter than I expected. Surprisingly so. For someone built like a mountain god, I thought I'd need divine intervention, or at least a sturdy wheelbarrow. You overdid it, didn't you? Silence. I sigh, pressing my fingers lightly to his wrist, checking the pulse beneath his skin. Wait, do yokais even have a pulse?
I'm alive.
I smooth a stray lock of white hair away from his mask, brushing it carefully behind his ear. You really don't take care of yourself, huh? Looks like he might respond, but in the end, he doesn't. Lucky for you, dear. You've just tired the best Okami there is. He groans softly. I take that as acceptance. Now, where's your room?
Unnecessary.
Ah, yes. I forgot he's one of those. The quiet, brooding types who wear their past like a second mask and dare you to ask what's underneath. Let me guess. You think you can sleep anywhere, don't you?
Yes.
No, absolutely not. If I let you, you'll curl up in some drafty hallway and waste away in your sleep. A proper ryokan master must have a proper room. He exhales, aggressively. The nerve. Look, you can fight me on this, or you can just tell me where it is, and I'll let you sleep in peace. Your choice.
End of the hall.
All right, boss. Up we go. So this is Shimon's room. It's exactly what I expected, which is to say, very dull. It's organized to a fault, but it's completely hollow. He clearly decided that living is just a series of chores between naps. I'm tempted to put down a shogi table out of spite. I shift my grip again, still surprised I'm carrying him at all, to be honest, and lower him carefully onto the futon. The second he touches the mattress, his body fully gave in to the exhaustion. You've made your life so small, haven't you? Most people keep a memento to remind them of who they are. If you've stripped everything away, what exactly are you holding on to? Silence. Which is expected, but still. I'm trying to think if that line makes sense. This is very far up. No, I guess it's fine. He's gonna freak out if I take off his mask, so let me just change his clothes. Shimon is drenched in sweat. Without thinking, I reach for the collar of his robe, loosening the fabric slightly to help him breathe. My fingers brush his chest and... Oh, he's absolutely searing. A fever? Can yokais get fevers? Is he running a fever? And yet the moment I touch him, it's my own face that starts burning up. He's conscious enough to point toward the chest, which means he knows exactly where my hands are, and he's not doing a thing to stop them. Are your clothes in there? He gives the smallest nod, head tilting, observing me. I move to the chest, slide it open. Inside a stack of folded robes identical in design. I grab one from the top and return. All right, let's get you out of this, boss. No funny business. I'm doing this as a professional, a responsible adult. I know how to do this. I've spent decades managing crisis and tending to sick staff and guests. But as I kneel here, my hands feel like they belong to a stranger. I pull the rope down, my palm grazing his back by mistake. Shimon inhales as the tremor runs through him. And Kami-sama, I am definitely out of my depth. Hold still, all right? Shimon exhales slowly now, then speaks with a low tone.
You're very thorough, Okami-sama.
My fingers freeze just below his collarbone. My heart does something rather scandalous. To think, he's half dead with fever and still has the gall to tease me. I hold my tongue, but only because his fever is doing the talking for him. There, that's better. He'll be back to grumbling at me in no time. I find a stray fold in his sleeve just to keep my hand against him. It's an excuse to stay close, but Shimon doesn't call my bluff. Sleep well, Shimon. Now that that's settled, he really was planning to shoulder all this alone, wasn't he? How long has he been carrying this weight? There's no staff to help out in this broken place, and this man is too stubborn to ask for help. But I've always had a soft spot for beautiful things in need of repair. And you, White Tiger, are long overdue for someone to take care of you once more. I will drag this place back to life, and maybe you along with it. Alright, this place is a mess. Let's fix that. Eyes sharp, dust, cobwebs, gunk, whatever doesn't belong, it's getting evicted. Okay. Interact with dirt, cobwebs, and evil spirits. Oh, there's legitimate evil spirits. Using mouse left click until they're removed from the environment. Alright. This is still a ryokan, gosh darn it, and it will start acting like one. Let's keep finding and clearing every nook and cranny. The more I clean, the lighter the air will feel. The environment will change once you have cleaned everything. Okay. Who knows, I might dig up a few little secrets the boss forgot to dust over while I'm at it. In every area, there are 3 objects that can give you information about Shimon's past and the history of the ryokan. Find them before the area is cleaned to unlock a secret scene at the end of each chapter. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's start with the entrance. So there's 9 dirty spots and spirits, and so I want to find the 3 objects first. I think this is one. Packed but never used. Maybe whoever had this left in such a hurry that it was forgotten. I wonder why Shimon never bothered moving it. A little light would be nice, preferably the non-ominous kind. I'm trying to find what the other objects would be. There. Guest should be signing in, not having a sneezing fit. Let's clean this guest book. But look at this handwriting. Very sophisticated. Very intricate. I think whoever wrote this was probably the type who labeled all the storage jars and rearranged the towels when bored. You know, if you're going to lurk inside the cupboard, at least offer to help dust. Okay, so there was an evil spirit in the cupboard. I'm trying to find what the third object would be. Someone is still waiting here. But for what? Or who? Okay, so I'm guessing there's a spirit there. I don't know what the vase? No. Script? Torn scroll. Either someone left in a hurry and accidentally ripped it, or there was a fight and this was the aftermath. What is the third object that I'm missing? Hidden items. This? The sign over here? There it is. Even though the writing has faded, he still keeps it here. I think this wooden plaque is important to him. Okay, I've got all 3 objects. I can clean this place without worry now. Cobwebs right above the guest book. That's just rude. No one wants to sign in under a spider ambush. Yes. A cobweb to the face. More haunted manner than Ryokan, really. I do like how she has something to say for each one. The poor plant is trying its best, so the creepy crawlies have to go. I got 2 more. I think there's another spirit here. I think the windows are the only ones dazzling in this Ryokan, thanks to these suspicious yellow stains. Okay. Then I think there's dirt on the... Oh, of course, there's dried blood on the floor, because this place wasn't creepy enough already. You know what, actually, while the, I do like this interface. It feels very console-like, and I like that aesthetic. While the Twitch ads are running, I'm gonna go refill my water, and I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Alright, we were cleaning this room. Just go back. We were gonna clean up the blood. There we go. Woohoo! It looks so much nicer now. Okay, that's done. God, let's do this guest room. This guest room is fucking abysmal. I think that's a hidden object, the white tiger. This charm looks handmade. Crude shape, but with love in every dent. It's a tiger, like the Byakko. He kept it, so either he's sentimental or really bad at spring cleaning. What else could be a hidden object? The scroll? Serene mind like still water. I think that means a mind unruffled by events and the stresses of life. Is that what the writer strived for? What do you guys think is the third hidden object? This thing on the ground? No. Of course, because sleep paralysis wasn't terrifying enough already. I think there's a spirit there. The drawer? This letter's been hidden here and folded so many times before. I read the sentence, Dear Shimon, and immediately close it again. This item feels too personal. I don't think it's my place to snoop around. Okay then. We found the 3 hidden items, we can just clean up without worrying then. I hope Shimon doesn't have a literal corpse in here instead of figuratively. Bloody handprints. Imagine sleeping here and a face peeks from behind the glass like a clingy past lover that just won't go away. I hope this isn't a guess. Leftovers. That would be very awkward to clean. I'm not touching it with my bare hands to make sure. Okay. Can I move the chair? No. I think there's a spirit in the closet. If anything lunges out of this closet, I swear I'm setting it on fire with sake. Okay, I can't tell if those are holes or eyeballs in the ceiling. Oh, what the hell? She didn't say anything about it. A beautiful view like this ruined by spiders with no sense of hospitality. Blasphemous. Doing that. Who wants to sleep with a cobweb over their head? Alright, there we go. Hooray! It looks much better looking. Okay, next we have the red bridge. This one's a little bit more difficult. Maybe this plaque? Ah, an Ofuda. Whoever the writer was, and they prayed for Byakko, not to Byakko. Okay, what else? Maybe this? Well, well, the slitter embroidery has hand-stitched initials in white letter. Has hand-stitched initials in white letter. M. There's something about that sentence that doesn't sit too right with me. I'm just writing it down. Probably fine, it just reads a little weird to me. No guest takes the time to embroider a napkin just for fun. Okay, that's 2. There's one more hidden item around here somewhere. Well, well, that's either caused by swamp gas or a creature lurking underneath the water. I don't want to deal with either. Like, I don't know what that is. Oh, that's the water. There's like a bubble. What's the third hidden object? I don't see anything that could be interesting. I see a bunch of evil spirits. Maybe this? There's like something tied around here. Huzzah! A charm tied with careful knots. I don't think it's a mere decoration. I wonder if Shimon's strength has already waned back then. Oh, if Shimon's strength had already waned back then. Okay, got the 3 items. Let's just clean up now. Glowing eyes watching me from the mist. Lovely. Exactly the atmosphere I wanted for a cozy ryokan. Begone! Absolutely not. I refuse to be dragged underwater by those hands. Begone, thought. And then this? Murky water, murky history, murky everything. Honestly, boss, what were you doing out here all those years? Clean that. There's another spirit up there. Oh, wonderful. Whispering from the trees. Probably eavesdropping spirits. Can I fix these lanterns? Doesn't seem like it. Nature's reclaiming this place. I suppose I should reclaim it off. I should reclaim it. Off with you, vines. So that's gone. What else can we clean up? Don't think of what caused it. Just scrub it clean. Okay, this rock is dirty. There we go. Yippee! It looks much nicer now. I step back, surveying my work with no small amount of satisfaction. The dust? Gone. The cobwebs? Vanquished. The evil spirits are probably migrating somewhere else. Then I hear footsteps behind me. I turn just as Shimon enters and... Oh, no. Why is he handsome? Oh! He looks the same, but, you know. Maybe it's the new lighting. Because before it was very dark. Why does he look like that after barely a nap? His skin has color again. His shoulders look broader. His jawline is more defined, and I bet I can use it to slice mochi. Whoa, calm down. Can sleeping for a little bit change his appearance so drastically? Is that even allowed? My gaze absolutely betrays me, and of course, he notices. I clear my throat so hard I might have dislodged my spine, and immediately throw my hands towards the freshly cleaned lobby. Well, look who's up and walking. What do you think?
It is... acceptable.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mishear? Because it sounded like you just undersold my miracle work.
Everything is still standing. That is an improvement.
I gasp, hand to my chest like you just struck me with a mortal wound. Everything is still standing? After all I've done, this is the level of praise I get?
Would you prefer a ceremony? A festival in your honor?
A small compliment wouldn't hurt.
I will see if the spirits can play instruments.
Did he just choke back? Did my ears trick me? Admit it, you're impressed.
You did well.
Wait. Say it again.
No.
Just once more, please, so I can cherish your compliment.
I will say only this. It is nice to walk through a place that does not resemble an evil spirit's final resting place.
Ha! Victory. I fold my arms triumphantly while he... Well, I can't tell what his expression is under that mask, but I know that he approves.
Perhaps it is time.
Time?
To reopen, start gathering power again.
Then let's do it. I step forward, tilting my head, watching him closely. I'll make this ryokan shine again, boss. Just you watch.
We will see.
No, we will succeed. He's gone, and for the first time in ages, the ryokan feels like it's alive again. Well, I've cleared the grime, but the real mess is about to arrive soon. No! I'm bald! Hi, Rez. This wasn't in the schedule. I said, let's have tea near the bridge. Let's have tea near the bridge and watch the river. Not, let's accidentally dig up your entire emotional history, boss. But here we are, right before the inn is about to open its doors again. I'm wondering if this is the special scene I got for finding all the hidden objects. Figured we could both use a moment to breathe before someone inevitably demands a refund since we are understaffed. So I set the cups down, steal a glance at him and say, "Tea?" He replied with a nod, and now he is sitting across from me as I poured the tea. Tell me something, boss. Have you ever shared tea with someone as alluring as I am?
I would rather not answer. You'd get cocky.
Oh, he thinks he's clever tonight. Careful. Say one more charming thing and I might start thinking this is a date.
It is merely tea.
He sips, unbothered, while I sip louder and very bothered. You're lucky I find deadpan charm appealing. I used to sit like this with someone many years ago. He had lovely hands and terrible timing.
Did he leave?
Mm-hmm. Said life at the ryokan wasn't romantic enough. Shame. I looked very good in an apron. What about you? Surely even white tigers have a romantic phase. He sets his cup down, then pauses. Come on, boss. Give me something.
There was someone.
Now we're getting somewhere. Someone, That's all I get?
You did not offer a name either.
Alright, fair. But mine didn't leave behind some fancy handmade gifts like calligraphy or a tiger figurine that you can find lying around. It seems like that one got a reaction.
You've been snooping, it seems.
I manage an inn, so I don't snoop, dear. I uncover. What was she like?
She liked quiet places.
Then she would have hated me.
She would. But I wouldn't.
My. Dangerous choice of words. That was quite a bold statement, boss.
Interpret it however you wish.
But you deflected from my original question. Of course, I didn't mean to pry, boss. I'm above that. But I was just wondering if I should be jealous of a ghost with good taste.
Jealousy would be pointless.
So is resisting me, and yet here we are. We finish our tea in silence. Well then, that's enough honesty for one cup.
Agreed.
Let him keep his secrets. For now. Seems like word travels faster than smoke in the afterlife. I'm finishing up my rounds when the sound of shuffling footsteps hits the porch.
My, is this the place with the new Okami? I felt the energy all the way down the old road.
What is that voice? I don't know. Oh heavens, the first one has arrived so soon. I have my most charming welcome practiced to perfection, but as I open my mouth, the shadows behind them begin to multiply. Suddenly there are 3, 6, a dozen set of glowing eyes behind them. Welcome. Oh goodness me. One at a time, if you please. My greeting is lost in the noise. They're ignoring me entirely. The guest rooms might be ready, but the rest of the ryokan is a disgrace. Oh, is a disgrace I haven't had time to hide. I need backup immediately. Time to find the one man who refuses to panic. Boss! Shimon! We have guests. Quite a lot of them, very suddenly. The ryokan's not ready for this level of enthusiasm. I need your assistance in the lobby immediately. Oh, thank Kami-sama. He appears beside me instantly, looking far too serene for a man whose lobby is packed with curious yokai.
It seems like many have felt my energy changing.
I clutch his sleeve and haul him toward the hallway, nearly tripping over in panic. Courtesy be damned, we're not ready. The onsen is a mess, and the kitchen is a disaster, and the dining room is still possessed. I'm a professional, but I'm not a miracle worker. What do we do? He surveys the chaos pouring in, irritatingly unfazed.
Handle what you can handle. Improvise the rest.
Improvise? Oh heavens, I'm going to faint. Are you suggesting I wing an opening night for these many souls?
Consider it your first real test.
The gall of that man. Does he actually believe in me, or is he just hoping to see me humiliated? I don't know, and I don't care. This woman refuses to be a laughingstock. A ryokan must never turn away a guest. Let's show everyone what this new Okami is capable of, shall we? I return to the guests and welcome the 3 new guests walking in. 3 of them. Ah, the kitsunes, right?
Finally, these doors are open again. Smells different, too. Less decay, more welcoming.
Must be the new Okami's touch. Oh, flattery suits you, darlings. Keep it up and I might accidentally leave an extra bottle of sake in your room tonight. That's right, 'tis I, your new Okami, Akine. Akine? I think it's probably Akine. I'm the one doing the impossible and making sure our Byakuya-sama over there stays properly stressed.
Quite bold.
Oh, she's fun. We'll see how long it lasts. I flash them a grin sharp enough to make a grumpy Oni blush. But before I can really get my momentum going, another guest saunters in. It's a... Wait. 2 tails? Pointy ears? Right, a Nekomata. I think I've only read about them in dusty scrolls, but seeing one in the flesh, well, soul, is a different story.
New Okami is very cute.
Cute, am I? Heavens, if they only knew the panic behind this cute smile, they'd be truly impressed. And then a tanuki arrives, with his eyes glinting and his pockets jiggling.
Well, well, a new house and a new face. I bet the rates are still flexible.
Look at that. I almost want to charge him double just for the sheer audacity. But my real entertainment arrives on cue. Shimon finally steps in.
You may ask for a reimbursement if you have problems with our service.
Boss, we're still severely lacking staff here. Please do not say something so bold. The tanuki whistles smugly.
Oh, look at you. All polished and polite again. I thought you'd forgotten how to host. It has been a long time, old friend.
Did you listen to that voice? Goodness, he's actually being quite pleasant. My, such grace, Byakuya-sama. Have you been hiding this side of yourself from me on purpose?
I have always been charming, Okami-sama.
Oh, I could have a lot more fun with this new, rejuvenated, charming Shimon. Another guest walks in before I can answer to that. Well, I've heard about the tale of a rare mountain dweller from Kumamoto. He's an Abara Shumashi. He's smiling, but his smile looks rather concerned.
The old Okami. She is not here.
I immediately catch the tension in Shimon's shoulders. The Abara Sumashi... Oh my god, I can't. I fucking can't. The Abara Sumamashi is asking exactly what I've been dying to know, and what Shimon has stubbornly refused to answer. It's the forbidden topic, isn't it? The great taboo. If I can't get the truth from Shimon, maybe I can get it from him instead. Is it worth the risk? Let's be a nosy bitch. You actually knew the old Okami?
Knew her. I was once a good friend of hers. A woman with a spine of forged steel and a mind like a razor. Not a single thread was ever loose, and not even a single speck of dust dared to settle under her watch.
Ah, wonderful. So I'm apparently the opposite replacement for a frozen goddess. I'm about to ask exactly how one competes with someone so efficient, but...
We are finished with that topic.
The room goes still as Shimon's words cut the room's atmosphere. Foolish Akine. I've stepped on a landmine on purpose. Boss, I was only...
Drop it. Now.
My apologies, my old tongue slipped, Byakuya-sama.
The silence that follows is suffocating. It's clear that merely mentioning the old Okami has ripped open a wound that clearly never healed. He isn't ready to let me see where it hurts. Not yet. Listen to that, the sweet sound of chaos and heavy luggage clattering on the floor. After skipping through the corridors again, and frankly, it's about time. Well, almost, because these walls are still wearing a bit too much gloom for my taste. We really must do something about this as soon as we can.
A lovely revival you have here. Truly, it has such character. Though I find myself wondering if you hired new staff. They look rather unwelcoming.
Your eyes are as sharp as your taste, my lady. It is a work in progress, I assure you. You see, I'm merely letting the building wake up slowly. One wouldn't want to startle the spirits with too much brilliance all at once, isn't it? They'll get angry.
That's so. It must be exhausting playing the perfect hostess while you're so clearly on demand. But don't worry, little Okami. With a tongue as sharp as yours, I'm sure you'll find a way to fix everything eventually.
She winks, then disappears into her room. I look at my boss, fishing for a compliment, waiting for any gesture of acknowledgement. A nod, a sigh of relief, maybe even a smile if he's feeling particularly charitable. Or heavens willing, even a chuckle. You're absolutely glowing, boss. I take it you're thrilled.
Thrilled might be pushing it, but yes, this is acceptable.
Pleased with the inn or with the view in front of you?
Okami-sama, you are reaching.
Reaching? Dear, I don't need to reach. You already heard me.
Then hold back a little. The guest can only handle so much of you.
My, that was quite a dangerous ask. Very well, boss. We shall see. But of course he's already turning his back, returning to that utterly infuriating brick wall composure of his before I can manage to answer that.
Come, Okami-sama. You have a ryokan to run. We have no time to play around.
The check-in was the easy part. But dinner is looming. We're short on hands, on patience as well. And the dining hall alongside the kitchen still looks like a disgrace. So the great Okami-sama will be hand-delivering meals tonight. After she has made them herself. Somehow. I wouldn't cook a turnip in there, but I have knives, and Shimon keeps fresh ingredients for himself. Sashimi and hand-pressed onigiri will simply do.
What's this? One old tray for 20 mouths. Ha! Prestige my tale.
A meal is coming, Elder, and another behind it. And another behind that. I ask only a sliver of patience, perhaps.
And I expect my rice and pickles to be served alongside it, Have the standards of this establishment fallen so far that we are now skipping courses?
You bark so loudly for someone already holding a tray at your door, Elder. Why not savor what you've been given?
Silence, Parasol.
Esteemed guests, please. A professional establishment requires a certain level of decorum. If you're quite done, I have a kitchen to attend to. I glide away before they can reply, with one tray in each hand and another in balance on my tail. That's impressive. Well, hasn't this old gal learned a handy little trick? 1 door, 2 doors, 3 doors. Your dinner, honored guest. Flash the smile, drop the bow, and pivot. Back I go for more. Heavens, I'm making this look good. If I had this energy in my past life, I wouldn't have to sell my old ryokan. But oh dear, 1 wing down and my arms are aching in the most unflattering way. Those last trays on the counter look like they've doubled in weight since I last saw them. Is this overworked speaking, or does a new yokai body come with strength that drains quicker than expected? I reach for the next one and... oh! A hand appears beside mine, lifting the tray right out of my grasp.
Your pace is impressive, Okami-sama. Your balance is another matter.
Excuse me? Teasing? From him? Oh, taking a good look at my form, are you? If you're just going to stand there enjoying the show while I struggle with grace, the least you could do is offer a hand. You know, I meant to save after cleaning up, which I didn't do, so I'll just have to probably do the cleaning mini game again. I pivot away too fast, rushing to grab another tray, and my foot catches the edge of the mat. Oh dear! My grip fails and I stumble forward. Talk about a lack of grace. I brace for the fall, but instead of the floor, I hit something warm and surprisingly solid. Ooh!
Careful, Okami-sama.
He sets me back upright before picking up another full stack of dishes. Oh my, he's far too close for my composure. Jima moves to take the heavy lifting off my hands, and somehow my heart does a little somersault that has nothing to do with my near trip before. Well now, boss, and here I thought you were only good at carrying authority.
There is more to me than authority, Okami-sama. Most of which you have yet to see.
For a moment, I'm unable to retort.
If you need my help that much, I suppose I can lend a hand. Or two. Give me half the rooms, I will take the far wing. You handle the near one.
For the first time tonight, I found my rhythm because he's setting the tempo. He moves quite effortlessly, knocking, bowing, delivering food so easily as if he's done this 1,000 times before. The Shimon I first met would never be able to do something like this. Is he drawing power from the guests? Perhaps their presence is feeding his stamina. Why, if that magic keeps him this lively, I might encourage even more visitors. As we pass in the middle of the corridor, Shimon clatters his tray gently with a sly smirk. Heavens, he's smooth. And did he just challenge me without saying anything? Adorable. Give me a quick breather and I'll show him who really has the stamina. Alright, I'm halfway there. As I reach for the next tray, his hand finds mine instead.
Careful, this one is heavier.
Oh, he's being protective. How quaint. His hand is warm, I'll give him that. But we have many hungry doors between us and a finished shift. I'm not letting a perfectly good dinner go cold for the sake of a moment. This one's mine. Why don't you go make sure every tray found its target? I'd hate for a guest to starve on your watch.
Understood.
I watch him walk off while I balance the tray. Right. Back to reality. Later that night. Room deliveries are finally done, and I'm still flushed from running after deliveries and one very distracting tiger. Honestly, at my age, flushing should be out of style, yet here I am. Ryokan survives, and so do I. Barely. Look at this man, standing there with that smug little smirk. Amused or just satisfied? Hard to tell with the mask on. Well, at least he's not displeased.
Well handled, Okami-sama.
Well, it seems like your stamina has returned along with the guests. You're looking far too energetic today while I'm nearly on my last legs.
I suppose I have you to thank for my renewed spirit. I will have to admit that you've proven yourself quite capable of waking up things I thought were long dormant.
Oh, the implications. As I said, I've juggled worse things without breaking a sweat at my old ryokan.
Well, surely you have more interesting stories about running a ryokan. I might be interested in hearing more of them. You can retire and call it a night, or you can join me for tea.
Is that an invitation to talk at this hour? After he spent all evening watching me lose my composure. Let's see how this will pan out. My, you're bold to ask. What's the itinerary if I actually indulge you?
Nothing scandalous, Okami-sama. I intend to sit, listen to your stories, and perhaps also enjoy the evening while I'm at it.
Oh, heavens, is he being earnest? That's much more lethal than his usual smirk. We walk into the garden and sit beside each other, with the tea set in hand. Shimon reaches for the teapot first to pour it before I do.
Allow me. You worked enough tonight.
Not on this Okami's watch. A good hostess always pours for her employer. Let me. Shimon freezes in place before letting me take over.
Very well. I won't argue.
Now then, I could be proper, just pour the tea, keep my hands close by, and talk about my past while being the exemplary Okami. Or after seeing how handsy he was with me during the dinner rush. I could offer to work out the knots in his shoulders while talking instead. Say, a helpful gesture between peers, perhaps.
We are gonna offer a back rub.
After I serve his tea, I give my fingers a snappy little stretch. It's high time I show this man what a professional grade back rub actually feels like. You know, boss, those shoulders look quite stiff. How about a back rub? It might be the only way to get you to actually unwind. He hesitates, stopping mid-sip, and I can almost see the gears turning behind that mask of his.
A generous offer. However, I think you've done quite a lot for one night. I won't have your fatigue on my conscience.
There it is. But is it a no, or just that infuriating polite shield of his? Does he think I'm just being helpful, or is he waiting to see if I have the gall to insist? Curious. Oh, hush, boss. You literally carried the weight of the dinner service on your shoulders tonight. Would you let me repay the favor? He doesn't say a word. Well, heaven forbid he admits to wanting a back rub, but he merely shifts his position as if inviting me to come over. I would be a fool not to take that chance, so my hands immediately find his shoulders. And, oh goodness, if I press any harder, I'll need a chisel. Ah, okay. I need to see the art for this one. Pretty, she's so pretty. You can pretend to be an unbothered soul all you want, Shimon, but these knots say otherwise. Boss, I swear these shoulders could stop a rampaging Tengu. How long have you been holding this in?
I was unaware it was so apparent.
Apparent? I'm tempted to fetch an actual hammer for these knots. Now, just relax and let's see if I can undo a few decades? Centuries of damage?
I've lost count, truly.
He lifts his cup, trying to look composed, though his shoulders soften bit by bit under my hands. My hands are working their magic on his back when the air between us starts to thrum. Oh, what have we here? I came here to relax him, but it feels like the house, or maybe the man himself, is feeding me energy strong enough to release muscle pain.
You know your way around a knot, I see.
Dear, to become a good Okami, one must learn about managing stress. I can tell exactly where someone is hiding their exhaustion.
Interesting. And where am I hiding mine?
Right here. I press into the exact knot tucked beneath his shoulder blade, firm enough to make Shimon tense. And here. I move my hand upward, following the line of tension until it reaches the curve of his neck, then very softly brush my finger near his temple. I wonder if there are stress lines underneath that mask of his.
I see. I've heard about how hardworking you were. You've told me a few times already. I wonder what made you start working in the ryokan.
Huh, he's actually curious. It's almost cute. Well, the ryokan I owned belonged to my family for generations. I was practically raised under the front desk. It was my whole world.
I see. Then our beginnings aren't so different.
Oh? Did you have parents?
My beginning wasn't a birth. It wasn't nearly as grounded as yours. But every time I return, I always wake up here. To me, existence is the energy that comes with my guests at sunrise. I didn't grow up in a ryokan, Akine. I am the ryokan.
Don't you ever get the urge to step out of the gates?
I have walked the paths, but not for long. The afterlife is vast, and the territories beyond this one are claimed by others.
So it's a cycle then. You were always meant to come back to these halls.
Maybe, but meaning isn't the same as choice. Say, back then, did you ever dream of being something else? Or was the title of Okami the only thing you ever wanted to be?
I used to. I wanted to be everything that girls in stories have. Travel, grant mistakes, perhaps conquering the world. But I always knew where my journey would end. I accepted it early on.
Was there anything else you regret not doing?
No, nothing else. Oh no, boss. You're thinking again, are you? It's a bit unfair, really. You're doing all that heavy brooding behind a mask where I can't even see the handsome furrow of your brow. Don't be greedy with those troubles, Shimon. Let your Okami share the burden. I promise I'm a very good listener.
It's been a while since I've had someone bold enough to tell me that. But I shall try.
With that, the tension in his shoulders gradually loosens. We didn't say anything much for the rest of the night, and I did manage to get him to unwind before the tea got cold. Both of us walk towards our rooms as our little tea time is finished. We reach the corner of the hall. My room is down one side, his the other. He stops abruptly, and I find myself turning toward him.
Rest, Okami-sama. You've earned it.
Look at you, such a perfect gentleman. Are you sure you're not feverish again? Shimon pauses for a little bit before speaking again.
It is good that you came into this ryokan.
There goes my heart, doing a clumsy little somersault. Boss?
A ryokan is only as steady as the Okami who leads it. You've proven you're exactly what this place needs.
Goodness, you're a dangerous man when you decide to be sweet. Well then, I shall prove myself even more tomorrow. You'd be surprised.
I will be waiting.
I wonder if this is pretty much where the demo ends. And just like that, he's gone. He retreats into the shadows and leaves me here to simply melt? I'm standing in a dark hallway, with an obvious blush that would put a sunset to shame. I should be thinking about tomorrow's breakfast, but instead I'm replaying today's interactions with Shimon. Another time, Akine, before you faint. Yeah, there we go. There's the demo. Okay. I'm just gonna replay this quickly so that I can pick the other options. I'm liking this so far though. Okay, so we're gonna skip. One thing I'm curious about in the future. I'm gonna have to turn down the sound effects. I suppose that's one thing with the skip is that all the sound effects play at once. I think 30 is good. I haven't figured out yet. I guess we'll see once I pick the other options, but I don't know if trying to find out more about the original Okami so early is gonna have negative I can't English right now. Negative consequences between their relationship. Because he obviously doesn't like talking about her, and that's fair. I'm sure something happens, but I'm not quite sure what the right choice is. yet if you want to pursue him. Tell him he looks dashing. Oh my, I'm fine. Thank you so much for asking. And now that I'm up close, I take my sweet time admiring the view. Since I can't see his face, I figure I'll just have to provoke a reaction. Goodness me, has anyone told you how dashing you are? He responds with a long, heavy silence, perhaps the longest in the world. I savor every awkward second of it.
And you walk.
Oh, quite well, actually. Gracefully, even. Would you like a demonstration? I wink, and his shoulders go rigid as a board. Oh, he disliked that. Excellent. I'll be saying far worse things before the sun comes up. Finally embracing himself, he extends his hand.
Come, I will help you cross.
Is that an offer? I glance back at the bridge, that rickety piece of garbage, and decide his hand is a much better option. Well, since you're insisting. I take his hand. He tenses up instantly, but he doesn't let go. I'll file this reaction away for future entertainment. And together, we walk. Okay, I think we're back to... We've converged back. This is, how odd. Oops. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna have to go back to the logs. I wasn't sure how the skip works. Like, I don't know if it skips unseen text or if it, like, just full on skips. It seems like it just full on skips. Because I picked, that's odd. Hold on. Yeah, okay. It seems like the skip in this game skips everything. Which... I don't know if that's something that they can change. Because I know this thing is made in Unity. So that is one thing that might be a bit bad. Because, like, I'm just gonna have to quickly go to the title screen. What this also implies is that when you make a choice, the only difference, I'm assuming the only difference in text is like immediately after you make a decision. Because you know how sometimes you'll make a decision and then it'll change something like afterwards. Like say I make a decision in the beginning and then maybe like a choice or two after, some of the dialogue may be different. If that's the case, then skipping skips that entirely. Can I turn off skip? Okay, how odd. I blink up at him, deep in thought.
To be precise, you're an Okami.
Okami? Is that what I reincarnated into? How odd. I didn't know that turning into a yokai means getting a makeover.
It's your reaction that's odd. Most souls spend their first hour in the river weeping for their lost lives instead of this.
Well, I was an old woman minutes ago.
And now you are not.
Are you certain I wasn't just gifted with an incredible youth elixir and a terribly dramatic fur accessory when I came here? He actually stops walking, head tilting as if he's trying to find the logic in my brain and coming up empty.
Yes.
Pity, that would have made an excellent nonsense spa package. The man just answers with a long, slow breath, exactly the sound of a spirit who's already tired of my nonsense. All right, so it's true then. I died with unfinished business and came back all supernatural.
Humans do not become yokai without cause.
Okay. Seen that text before. Ryokan looms ahead, and well, it's a building technically. We've gone through this. I guess we'll just keep skipping. Interesting that the skip doesn't continue with transitions. Who are my bosses? Sometimes the skip button unselects itself and I didn't do anything, so we're gonna turn that off. Just thank him. Thank you. I say it gently, accepting the kimono with both hands. The teasing lilt in my voice fades, just a touch. I could ask. I want to ask. The scent clings like memory. Someone cared for this or was cared for. But we've only just met, haven't we? Or perhaps some stories aren't meant to be touched with curious fingers right away. The fabric brushes against my skin and nostalgia washes over me. I wore a kimono like this once, long ago, on the night my heart first cracked open. He said he couldn't stay, said the inn was too quiet in the winter, and yet he had no trouble keeping warm in someone else's arms the following spring. I remember watching his back as he walked away, snow in my sleeves, sake in my blood, and pride in my spine. I smiled, waved, bowed like a good hostess, and cried into the dishwater after midnight. Ah, youth, so dramatic, so hydrated. But it's long past now. I'll take good care of it. He doesn't answer, but the brief twitch of his ears tells me he heard me. Okay, I do like that picking the other option it revealed more about Akine.
Change. Quickly. There is still much to see.
I decide not to push further. Not now. Leads to the guest rooms. Okay. We've been through this before. Okay. The next choice that I remember is he has a fever and we have the option to change his clothes or remove his mask. And I'm pretty sure removing his mask is gonna piss him off, so help take off his mask. He needs to be able to breathe properly. I reach out, fingers barely grazing the edge of his mask. But he moves like a lightning strike. A single swat to my wrist, enough to send a clear message.
No.
He's fighting his way back to consciousness just to stop me from seeing his face. All right, message received.
Leave.
I draw my hand back, my thumb rubbing the spot where he swatted me. Fine. I watch him settle, his exhaustion finally winning, though his body remains on high alert. Whatever that mask hides, he's not ready to let it go. Sleep well, you impossible man. Now that that's settled, he really was planning to shoulder all this alone, wasn't he? How long has he been carrying this weight? There's no staff to help out in this broken place, and this man is too stubborn to ask for help. Okay, I think... Yeah, okay. We've gone through this already. I'm just gonna have to quickly... I already remember where all the hidden objects are, so I'm just gonna speed run this. Okay, then we're gonna go to the entrance. There's a ghost in the closet, the lantern needs to be fixed. Spirit over there, cobwebs over here, broken scroll over there, cobwebs, window. I think there was blood. There we go. I'm assuming there's probably, I don't know, like, I don't want to say necessarily a bad ending, but like I'm sure there's an ending where you don't like win him over. And I don't know if it's just no romance or it's like some sort of bad ending. Okay, we're gonna skip. Okay, next is gonna be that conversation where we can try to ask more about the original Okami. This time we're just gonna divert the conversation instead of asking more about her. Divert the conversation. Well, let's not dwell on people who have moved on. This is a ryokan, and it's high time we had some cheering here. Honestly, my predecessor left me with quite the mess to scrub away. No matter, I've never been one to shy away from a little challenge.
That's quite a heavy burden for a new Okami, let alone such a young yokai.
Oh, I like it heavy. And I'm also incredibly thorough, so I promise everyone will leave with a smile on their face. Isn't that right, boss? Well, I wonder if Shimon approves. And there it is. The tension has definitely drained out of him. Oh, a laugh. Was that a scoff? Regardless, I'm officially in control of this situation. Let's hope this keeps up. Okay, and then we've already gone through this. I can't... there's one other decision I can remember. Like, that's at the end. When you join him for tea. But yeah, it was... If there's one thing I would have to complain about this game is that this skipping mechanic feels a little weird. Because I think it skips everything. We are gonna only pour tea. Alright, let us be proper tonight. I serve Shimon his tea and the tiger seems quite content with it. So you wanted to know what I did in my old ryokan?
I've heard about how hardworking you were. You've told me a few times already.
But what made you start? So this scene is the same. This is basically the scene we got afterwards after massaging his back. Okay, so it's just the... Yeah, it's just the same. Both of us walk towards our room as our little tea time is finished. Yeah, I think it's the same. Some of this is a little different. What's interesting is the log is the entire game. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, because eventually as you keep playing, like, when does this, you know? Most logs only show like up to a certain point, but this seems to be like this is all the way from the very beginning and it's very long. And he's off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and a very long list of demands. I'm walking toward my room, but mentally I'm already at the stove. We need to think about breakfast because a guest with an empty stomach is a guest with a nasty attitude. I should check the kitchen stock and the firewood situation too. This place eats supplies when I turn my back. Let's see. What's hearty enough to satisfy them, but simple enough to save my sanity? Decisions. As far as I can tell, there's two routes. One where you pursue him very openly, and the other where you're maybe not as interested and you're just trying to run the ryokan. But it's good so far. Again, my only complaint is the skip mechanic. It just... I'm not quite sure how it works. It seems to skip everything, and I don't like that. Because the purpose of the skip is to help with the replayability so that you can skip all the text that you've already seen so that you can just see only the new stuff. But it is tough when, you know, if the skip mechanic skips everything, then you kind of have to force yourself to manually click through everything, or you just have to accept that there might be some text that you'll miss. Like, I think because we didn't give him a massage, the text at the very end was a little bit different, because I think when we gave him a massage, Akine was like freaking out and like she couldn't think about what to do the next morning because all she could think about was him. But this time, because we just poured him tea, she was able to properly think about the ryokan. And I think if I had pressed the skip button after that, it would have just skipped that text entirely. Okay, you know what? We managed to finish this in 2 hours. That's pretty good. Next one will probably take me maybe 3. So let me actually just exit out of here. This next one, I don't remember if it has romance. I don't think it does. Okay, we've got the sound on. The ads have started on Twitch anyway. I don't think this one has romance. I think this one is pure murder No, okay, it's got romance. Never mind. I take that back. Okay. I love a good murder mystery with romance. Okay, this one is supposed to be longer than the first one we played. Let me actually change the category on Twitch before I forget. What is this? Death and Faeology. Okay, I think I've already... is the music too loud? A little bit. That's good. If I learned anything from the first game, is that to not underestimate the sound of sound effects, so I'll put them both at the same. Hey, how is my water doing? I'm gonna actually, you know what, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I will be back. Okay, I am back just in time too, I think. Alright, we will start a new game. What is your name? I'm just gonna leave it at default. Augustine. Actually, maybe I want to turn the sound effect up a little bit. Grading first-year assignments can be such an exercise in patience. Never mind, I made it too loud. I ought to remind myself that Faeology is a relatively recent science, only a couple of decades old. This university, the only Faeology university in the whole country, was just finished being built in 1905. It is still barely acknowledged in the academic field. More importantly, I've got to keep in mind that children inherit their parents' prejudices and misconceptions. The human world has formed its own notion of fairies. Alas, I find myself unable to suppress a big sigh every time I read references to poison apples ushering princesses into eternal sleep. A reference to the Cottingley fairies is one I can understand since it was quite the sensation not too long ago. Although it would be clear in the eyes of renowned Faeologists that the photographs are mere imitations. A pity that Sir Doyle was taken in by it. I ought to take a break. Wasn't there a thing where like Arthur Conan Doyle believed in fairies? I believe there was something about that. I can't quite remember. The grading session today has taken me quite a tangent. My beloved Oz. Pretty? Is that supposed to be a fairy? I suppose having a fairy companion does give one an advantage in identifying genuine fairies. I'd say a break is in order, wouldn't you, Oz? Oz responds through trills that I've learned to interpret over the decades I've known them.
The Cottingley fairies again?
Yes, and Princess's eternal slumber due to poisoned apples.
You don't care much for human princesses. Making poisoned apples is rather an easy feat. Shall I turn one of them into a toad in front of the whole class to show that Fae folk is capable of? To show what Fae folk is capable?
That sentence feels very weird to me. Let's see. Yeah, something about that just feels grammatically weird. Shall I turn one of them into a toad in front of the whole class to show that Fae folk is capable of more than that? Shouldn't it be R, that Fae folk are capable of more than that? I feel like it should be R instead of is.
At the same time, showing them that not all fairies are a friendly bunch.
I can't help but chuckle at the thought of that. I believe some might just quit that same day if you do that. Besides, if other Faeologists get a hold of your existence, who knows what they'll do to you. Chances are high those people will try to pin you to a corkboard and vivisect you. I would never let that happen.
I've always appreciated you pursuing Faeology to ensure that.
This is the least I could do. We've known each other since I was 7. You've saved me countless times since then.
Well, you could have let me bleed to death when you found me.
I would never. I can hear a delightful melody of chirps laced with a touch of whimsy, which makes me feel just a tad fizzy. It seems that even the laugh of a fairy possesses some magical quality.
While you're on a break, isn't there something else on your agenda this afternoon?
Right, Mr. Henkel's letter. Thanks for reminding me. I received the letter from my patron from a desk drawer. I lean back on my chair and read the missive aloud to myself. Dear Augustine, how long are you going to keep me in suspense? Will you or will you not accompany me to this year's Leos Gala? You could do a lot worse than forgetting your boring books for a moment in favor of whiling away an evening with champagne and canapes and invigorating company. And when I say invigorating, I'm not speaking of those old sods with deep pockets ready to be exploited by way of funding grants for your research. I'm speaking, of course, of yours truly. Do write to me sometime before Saturday.
That's tomorrow's date, isn't it?
Oh, I know. My delay in responding is entirely by design, I assure you. I'd hate to be getting the looks from the crowd like I'm a wet blanket. Faeology isn't worth my dough, they'd say. Oz's replying chirp is decidedly indignant. I nod to Oz in agreement before returning to Mr. Henkel's letter. In other news, I've heard that little Ruthie Blythe caused a minor ruckus in the city's hottest speakeasy. If your old friend Detective Krause hadn't been in the area at the time as well, who knows what could have happened. I find myself rather perturbed at this revelation. I would have telephoned Ruthie and asked what the story was, like when we were children. However, for better or for worse, we aren't on friendly terms anymore. I resume reading my patron's letter. Speaking of the detective, have the two of you been keeping in contact? He gave me the cold shoulder when I crossed paths with him at last week's benefit. I couldn't help assuming that his persistently frosty treatment of me might have had something to do with you. It's unfortunate that the extensive bonds you have with him should end in a rather bitter taste. As you have told me more than once, when it was good, there was nothing else quite like it. Yet you speak very little of him now, and I find myself wondering if he still holds a place in that guarded heart of yours. The letter is signed, Yours Everlasting, Oscar Henkel. Well, I've kept Mr. Henkel waiting long enough. I press a pen to a fresh sheet of paper to commence crafting a response. Just then, a familiar rhythmic rapping pierces the silence. I glance in the direction of Oz, but they're nowhere to be seen. Oz must have camouflaged himself in a heartbeat. I put Mr. Henkel's letter in the drawers before calling out. Come in, Minnie. My assistant enters the office. She's careful to snap the door shut behind her. Professor? Yes, Minnie? Were you talking to yourself again? That's right. You know me. I see. Sometimes I wonder what she must have thought while hearing the mumbling sounds of me speaking with Oz. But she knows when not to poke her nose into things. One of the things I like about her, and also what makes her the bee's knees when it comes to being an assistant. I'd hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he's here. Who? That police detective from the newspapers. Police detective? Even as I echo those two words, there's a sinking feeling in my stomach. You know, the man who made you crumple the papers and toss them in the trash can. In the end, we had to stop our subscription for the dailies. Detective Theodore Krause. Yes, that's the one. Knowing Theo is here makes my world go momentarily off-kilt. It's as if, by the magic of the fairy tales I malign, the ink in my patron's letter has manifested him into the reception area. Can't you tell him I'm out delivering a lecture on the far side of campus or something? That depends. Is a lie like that going to deter this man? An astute question. She's truly wise beyond her years. Probably not. He'd happily traverse the entire campus just to torment me, I'm guessing. All right, I'll let him in. With a brisk nod, Minnie returns to the reception room. I barely have time for a steadying breath before Theo barges in. He drops a box on my desk right off the bat. What is this? Why is he in my office? Well, well, look who the cat dragged in. Not even a how do you do?
What? Do nicety suddenly mean something to you? I seem to recall you packing your bags and moving out with so much as a goodbye.
There was no one to say goodbye to. Didn't you find out I left only a few days later?
At least it made it easier for you to leave, didn't it?
There's a tinge of hurt in his voice, and I'm only able to pick up because we lived together for several months. As my mouth struggles to catch the words hanging in the air, I feel the piercing, icy silence creeping in. I ought to break the silence before I freeze. What's in the box? He lets out a deep sigh that rather sounds like relief.
Your things that you didn't take with you when you left. Even that oddly crafted handkerchief you loved so much.
That handkerchief was a gift for you. I see the corner of his mouth twitch. He's lying. What should I do with this information? Is there no save? No, there is a save. I am gonna reach out for the box. I quickly stretch out my hand to the box, yet he is just as fast in catching my wrist before I can open it. I withdraw my hand from his grip swiftly, like a startled bird soaring into the sky. And that truly caught me off guard. I'd forgotten what his hand feels like.
I was only kidding, although you really haven't changed much, have you? You just went straight for it.
He sounds amused and slightly pleased, as if he just confirmed the accuracy of one of his deductions. Neither have you.
I threw all of it away right after you vanished.
He says with a subtle squint in his left eye, another lying tell of his. I can't help but sigh at his antics. Of course you did. So what's really in the box?
Wanna take a guess?
I do have an idea. Knowing him, he'd sooner face the whole Al Capone gang by himself and take their bullets before coming to visit me. This must be way more important than our poignant history. Case evidence? I've seen boxes like this one before, but never one quite so large. It's a really big case, isn't it? He nods.
The biggest of my career.
And to come to me, of all people, you must be at your wit's end about this. He looks away, as if trying to hide how galling the circumstances at hand are.
Truth be told, I'd rather face the whole Al Capone gang and take their bullets than have to see you again.
Gee, that stings a little. So why would you... Hold on a minute. You think this has some sort of connection to fairies? He flicks his tongue in exasperation. I think it's supposed to be he clicks. Oh my, it seems I've hit the bullseye. We stopped talking about fairies at some point when we were still together. Those talks always led to a heated discussion, and then to arguments, because nothing I could say could change his skepticism toward mystical beings. This is certainly the chance to tease him about it, though it might be unwise considering the emotional peril he must have gone through to get here. What should I do next? We'll tease him, why not? Oh, this must be killing you. Mister, I don't believe in things I can't see. He lets out a loud and sharp exhale, this time with a touch of indignation.
Dry up, will you? I still don't believe they exist. I've been running around in circles with this case. For all I know, the perpetrators could just be magicians playing tricks. But then I remember the crazy stuff a loony of a formerly betrothed once told me, and my hunch got stronger.
They were engaged at one point? Oh, what is the tea?
And I ended up here.
Seems like I touched a nerve. He must have been under a lot of pressure if he talks a blue streak like this. The case must be beyond big. My mistake. Guess I got a little carried away there. So what makes this case so significant? Why do you think it's related to fairies? Are you even allowed to tell me? You know what? I am actually... I'm gonna load quickly and I'm just gonna pick the other option rather than trying to replay this all over again. We are going to respond to disbelief. I don't believe you. I declare my disbelief while crossing my arms. He stares at me impassively, then scantily shrugs in acquiescence.
Well, you saw right through me. There's no way those things would fit into this box. I threw all of it right away after you vanished.
Okay, I'm gonna take a guess. Okay, we've gone through this. We are gonna ask him more about his thoughts. I know this must be hard for you, but I can't help if you don't say anything. He sighs.
You're right. As difficult as it is to admit, the things you've told me before about fairies and whatnot might have helped to make sense of this case. But I have to say, for the sake of my sanity, I still don't believe they exist.
Fair enough. He appears pleasantly surprised by my answer, as though he was expecting a quarrel right around the corner. Little did he know, I've learned that it's moot to try to explain the otherworldly beings to him. So what makes this case so significant? Why do you think it relates to fairies? Are you even allowed to tell me? I hear the sound of a chuckle under the breath, like a bolt from the blue. For a brief moment, his gaze on mine seems to revert to how it used to be, until the seriousness returns to his face.
First things first, since I'm leading the investigation, I do have some discretion on what details to divulge and to whom. That is, if the confidant can bring value to the investigation.
This was a little different than what I had before. Let me try loading this. Let's see what teasing him. I want to see how long it takes to get back to the where it was before. So what you think? Are you even allowed to tell me? Okay, yeah, I had already returned to the common route at that point. Okay. So what makes this case so significant? Why do you think it relates to fairies? Are you even allowed to tell me? I hear the sound of a chuckle under the breath, like a bolt from the blue. Is it me, or whenever I save, it doesn't save exactly where I am? It saves like a couple of texts back. For a brief moment, his gaze on mine seems to revert to how it used to be, until the seriousness returns to his face.
First things first,
We already read this. That is, if the confidant can bring value to the investigation.
and I've known you for a fact that you can be discreet.
That sentence is also a little weird, although I don't think it's grammatically incorrect. Because normally you would think it's, and I know for a fact that you can be discreet.
Still, I must ask your sworn secrecy on this matter.
You got it. So tell me about the case. Why does it seem to be of paramount importance?
It's a multiple murder case, potentially perpetrated by a single culprit. The victims are chiefly middle-aged women residing north of the city.
Also, we have, well, it depends on how many have died, although I don't know where we're set in right now, but could be a serial killer. At least in the States, I think you need to have killed, I think, what was it? 3 or 4 people before you're officially labeled a serial killer.
They're from old money families, the types that make regular appearances at high society events.
I see. No wonder you're all tensed up.
You're telling me. Chief took me off every other case and insisted I put all my time and effort into this. It's only a matter of time until the press catches wind and makes a circus of everything. And with some of the victims' peculiar manners of death.
He pauses. This is where the fairies come in. He silently stares and then sighs.
I swear I must be losing my mind.
You've got this. Now he draws in a long, deep breath.
3 of the victims had a manner of death that the unit has never seen or heard of before. The strangest case is the one where the body seemingly hardened into bony tissue overnight. Her corpse almost looks like a carved wooden statue,
Oh, I've heard of something like that before.
Of course you have.
I frown at him. Don't start now. He clears his throat abashedly.
Without finding out what caused these deaths, and more importantly, who did this, the press could spin the stories out of control. I don't want to imagine the look on victims' families' faces if and when the papers are making a razz of these poor women's deaths. Besides, what kind of depraved, sick bastard goes around murdering women in such a way? The city's already running on fumes, crimes becoming more rampant day by day. People shouldn't have to look over their shoulder every night. It's no way to live.
Even as he lapses into silence, I say nothing. It's not just the city. The rise in crime is bleeding him dry too. Yet I'm unsure of what words could soothe those who are fighting it on the front line. I've never been where they are. The frown lines between his eyebrows grow deeper.
You know, considering the victim's background, having these murders being exaggerated in papers would pressure the families to insist on closing the case as soon as possible. No matter the cost. No matter who's to blame.
You're right. Innocent people are going to bear the brunt for this. This is a terrible situation. I feel my stomach churning. My arms cross on instinct, trying to hold my own disquietude in place. Is there anything you can do?
I'm just one man. Try as I might, I can't keep those rotten police brass from lining their pockets. Nothing but a pack of lowlives in high places.
He exhales sharply, his voice laced with contempt. Then he fell into silence yet again. Similarly, words seem to have abandoned me, as I can't shake this feeling of helplessness crawling under my skin. After a minute, he meets my eyes once more.
Well, you're a good listener. Better than most.
He curls his lips into almost a smile. I don't mind at all.
Thanks.
Clears his throat once more.
All right, let's get down to brass tacks. This box includes case files, crime scene photos, a couple of blood samples, which I was able to request to bring to you, and several other pieces of evidence. Other than the strange manners of death, I've said, forensics was puzzled too by the blood samples.
How so?
One of them doesn't contain iron.
That's interesting.
Nothing surprises you, does it?
Well, about this peculiarity, I'd bring up something from my fairy books, but you'd always find a way to deny it.
You're right about that. I'm still investigating the possibility of unknown drugs or poison that somehow cause these oddities. But I'd be a fool to not go after my hunches and look into all possibilities.
What about robbery?
It's ruled out. No fingerprints, no evidence of breaking in, nothing had been stolen.
And motives? Revenge?
We're still interviewing the city elites, looking for the possible motives. But it takes time. You know how it is.
Yes, of course. They're very busy. Speaking of city elites, I know people who can be very helpful in getting some inside information. His expression turned sour at full tilt.
Who? That man?
I said people, but yes, that man would be particularly helpful in this matter. He scoffs brazenly and doesn't even try to hide it. Even at the first meeting with Mr. Henkel, there was inexplicable tension between the two. Theo said something about Mr. Henkel feeling off, and always hated it whenever I had something to do with him. Though it might just be jealousy in disguise. You know I'm right. Even if he's barely in the newspapers, he's most likely at the pinnacle of high society. And I don't think he'll mind if I ask him a few things about this.
Why, of course. He's always got a soft spot for you. Hell, he's probably carrying a torch for you for a long... He's probably carrying a torch for you for a long time, judging by the way he follows you everywhere.
Well, he happened to be interested in Faeology and has a lot of money to allow its development.
Look at you, all ready to defend him. What, are you two an item now?
I might have steered this reunion right back to where we were months ago by bringing up Mr. Henkel. But it was necessary to mention him. I don't know anybody else who might have that much information about high society. Besides, there's never really been anything, even if we did go to fundraising events together from time to time. It was strictly business. Yet again, Theo seems to lose his reason whenever we talk about Mr. Henkel. I don't have the time or the energy to argue with him. What should I do? Try to make him see reason or explain the truth? We are gonna save again. I don't think trying to make him see reason is gonna work. He's a very stubborn man. We're gonna explain the truth. Or you know what? We're gonna try to make him see reason and then we're gonna roll back. Does it matter? You came here despite everything. You knew you've got to do whatever it takes to solve this case. So do it. He's taken aback by what I said and plunges into his own thoughts.
I swear, one of these days you'll be the end of me. Fine. Just make sure he can keep it under his hat.
I sigh in relief. I will. While we're on the subject of useful allies, you mentioned before about blood that doesn't contain iron. I can take the blood samples to the university's chemist. She's good at what she does. I think that's probably already back to the Whoa. Yeah, saving doesn't save right where you are, and I don't know if that's intentional or if that's a bug. Whoa, who is this fella? Hello, Radio! This is... what was his name again? His name is Theodore. He is the protagonist's ex-fiance. I haven't met the other romanceable characters yet, but I'm very intrigued by their past history, and so I think I would probably pursue him first because I want to know about the tea. So from what I've understood so far, this world has actual fairies, and there's like Faeology, which is the study of fairies, and apparently it hasn't been around for very long. This still feels like maybe early mid 1900s where we are right now, because it mentioned that like the only University of Faeology in this country was only built in like 1905 or something. Anyways, they used to be engaged. She left him. I'm assuming it's because they kept fighting. So first of all, he does not believe in the existence of fairies, and obviously she does because she's a Faeologist. She also has a fairy of her own. The fairy's name is Oz. They're so cute. If I had to describe, Oz will probably show up later, but like they kind of look like slightly anthropomorphic butterflies. Like very much still insect-like, but you can kind of see like a little anthropomorphic. But yeah, apparently I didn't change her name. I left it as default, so her name is Augustine. So Augustine and Oz have been together since she was 7. So I'm pretty sure that was like a big part of why she decided to study fairies. Basically, yeah, Augustine and Theodore were engaged. I think there probably were a lot of factors, but what from I'm able to gather so far is he doesn't believe in fairies, and no matter how much she tries to explain it to him, he just does not believe because he's never seen a fairy, so therefore he doesn't believe they're real. And so that's been one point of contention. Another is that she seems to also be upset that he's not home a lot. And then third, the big one is he is very jealous about this man named Mr. Henkel. What we know about Mr. Henkel is that I think he's Augustine's patron. He's basically the one funding all her research, and like I don't know, I just know that he's got a lot of money, and he's been basically the one providing that money for Augustine to do what she loves. Augustine does not feel anything for Mr. Henkel. I haven't deduced yet whether Mr. Henkel feels anything romantic for Augustine just yet. He seems like a playful bloke from the letter I read earlier. But yeah, Theodore and Mr. Henkel do not get along, and so I think he's also jealous anytime he gets brought up or anytime Augustine has to do something with him. So that's basically a third point of contention that we know in their relationship. And what we do know is that one day she decided to pack her bags and leave him. And he's upset because she didn't say goodbye. And she's upset because he probably didn't even realize until a few days after she left because he's never home. But yeah. So he's come to ask for our help with a case because even though he doesn't believe in fairies, he wants to explore all possibilities. I'm surprised they made it to the point of being fiancés. I know, right? I don't know if it's like they loved each other or if it was like initially an arranged marriage kind of thing. But I don't think we'll find out in this demo, but they definitely have a lot of history. Okay. So the first time I tried to make him see reason, and that was basically us being a big bitch to him, so we're gonna try to explain the truth about the relationship with Mr. Henkel. We're not anything. For context, earlier we were talking, because he was talking about like needing information because all the victims of the murder so far have been like women from high society. So Augustine was like, I have connections, I have people who could like gather information, and then Theodore was like, oh, him. And by him he means Mr. Henkel. And like Theodore's being his big baby jealous self, and he's like, oh, I bet you're dating now, aren't you? We're not anything. We go to fundraising events from time to time, but these are work. I've got to get money for my research from somewhere, you know? Our relationship is strictly business. He gives me a dirty look.
Sure, I believe you.
No, you fucking don't. No, he doesn't. Besides, what I do with him is none of your beeswax. His voice becomes even more irritated.
That's right. It's not my concern. Do whatever you want with him. Just make sure you can keep his mouth shut about the case.
I can't help but groan at this turn of events. I will. While we're on the subject of useful allies, you mentioned before about blood that doesn't contain iron. I can take the blood samples to the university's chemist. She's good at what she does. And she's from a rich family. She might know some of the victims or their families at least.
I'll trust your judgment. I take it this is you agreeing to help with the case.
That's right. There are lives at stake. He lets out a soft smile, as though in quiet agreement with what I said.
Thank you. Well, if you think it'll be helpful, you can even ask the people you mentioned what they know using the evidence items. But the case files are for your eyes only.
Understood. He's fallen silent somehow, leaving an uncomfortable hush in the air once more. Suddenly, a realization comes to mind. Does this mean you'd be willing to hear about fairies? About Faeology?
That depends. If this was indeed fairy doings, and if through your investigation you can provide solid theories on 3 things: the culprit, their methods of murder, and their motives, supported by evidence, of course, I'm sticking with the idea that there's a logical explanation, an earthly one, for now.
Fair enough.
I'd wager that you know we have approximately 24 hours to get some sort of answer, an answer that makes sense. I can feel the papers are close to getting the story. While you're investigating this lead, I'll look further into unusual drugs and poisons. How about it, Faeologist? Do you dare take on this challenge?
Do I? I'm gonna accept. Bring it on, detective. This brings a grin to his almost consistent brooding expression.
Good. If you need anything from me, just ring me.
Aye, sir. But you need to promise me that you'll not just hear me out, but also keep an open mind on fairy topics if I succeed in what you asked.
I promise. But I can't promise not to scoff from time to time.
That's good enough.
I ought to get going. Maybe this will be an opportunity for you to increase Faeology's credibility in the eyes of the academics.
Maybe. Seems like some detective has been following the tiny part of Faeology in the newspaper.
Says you. The one who had to stop the daily paper subscription just because some detective kept getting the headlines.
Ah! You guys can't tell me they don't still feel something for each other. Just kiss already. How do you... Before I could finish, he had walked towards the door and opened it.
See you tomorrow, around the same time.
I hear the door close. I think that's a typo. Lamau, I just like his ass, but also I want them to smooch. They've got that will they won't they kind of like dynamic. Okay, I gotta pee really quick. I was hoping I could like wait, but like I don't think I should wait. Oh, okay, I'm back. I'm interested to learn who the other romanceable characters are. Hey! I exclaim with a hint of frustration. After some thought, I realized that he must have noticed the missing paper on my desk and my assistant's. Reading papers was part of my daily routine when we were together. I can only shake my head in disbelief. He hasn't changed much either. There it is! That's Oz. Oz is so pretty. I don't know if we'll get to meet other fairies in this. I'm assuming other fairies will probably appear in this game, but I'm interested to see what they look like. That's a really cool take off fairies. It is. I don't think I've seen one exactly like this before. Because normally fairies in the media that I've seen, they've always been very like human-like in terms of their appearance. I like that they don't look like humans, they look like actual like insects. But Oz has legs for days though, goddamn. As I'm reminiscing about a few moments of our past relationship, Oz reveals himself again, now that we're all alone. I love, love, love the eyes on the wings. It's like the real butterflies that look like they have eyes on their wings. True.
That was quite the reunion.
It was quite the reunion indeed. For further context that probably does not matter, fairies do not, as far as I know, with Oz at least, fairies do not like speak human words. They communicate in like kind of like little like chirps and trills, like sounds, like not like actual words. And Augustine is able to interpret what they mean. It was quite the reunion indeed. He hasn't changed at all, has he?
I suppose. Although you don't have an obligation to help him.
I know, but I've already agreed.
Very well. Just don't overwork yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Oz. I find myself slowly drifting into thoughts. A victim's manner of death. hardening into bony tissue. Could be one of the fairy curses, ossification. Oh, interesting. If only I could ask Oz whether a fairy was behind this, and which one. But it is not that simple. Even if they are my longtime companion, fairies have their own rules about exchanging favors, and they're secretive about their land too. A favor like that doesn't come cheap. At least I'm stocked up on milk and honey for small requests. Speaking of requests, I should get started on a reply to my patron's letter. For some reason, he seems to be more insistent this time that I come with him to the gala. I retrieve a paper and a pen, and I mumble to myself as I write. Dear Mr. Henkel, I hope your recent forays into high society have proven more fruitful than they have been... Should I be hyperbolic? I'm curious to see what she says. Let's go with yes. More fruitful than they have been in the centuries you've been roaming amongst their lavish ranks. Believe it or not, I've been considering whether the merits of trying to impress the wealthiest folk of the city outweigh the obvious indignities. You first brought up the possibility of my accompanying you to the annual Leos Gala a couple of months ago, and I'm still weighing my options. How do I want to play this? Be coy? Be apologetic? Well, the thing is, I don't even know what Mr. Henkel looks like, so we are gonna be apologetic. I'm assuming be coy is like, I want to go with you, and be apologetic is, I don't. You know what? We are gonna go back and load. I still don't like how when you save, it doesn't save right exactly where you are. Let's be realistic. More fruitful than they have been the half a decade or so you've been alive. Okay, that's the same. Okay, we're gonna be apologetic. I still don't have a definite answer for you at present, I'm afraid. I sincerely apologize for my indecisiveness. About Ruthie, I can't say I'm surprised to hear about her latest flirtations with disaster. Since we were both toddlers, she's frequently found herself in trouble. Her fiery personality certainly doesn't help her get out of quarrels. I would love to telephone her and ask how she's doing, but we drifted apart a long time ago. Nevertheless, I'm glad to hear that Theo was there to smooth things over for her. I've now arrived at the topic of Theo, or Detective Kraus, as my patron refers. I suppose his query was meant to uncover whether I still care for Theo. How should I answer? He and I are old news. Sometimes my thoughts wander back to him. I murmur under my breath as I write. As for Theo, I must be honest that sometimes my thoughts wander back to him. However, such thoughts are fleeting at best. I have not a single moment of regret over the decision to end it. Upon signing off, I seal the letter with wax. I then turn toward my trusted Fae. Oz, can I please trouble you with something? You want me to deliver this letter to your patron, don't you? Indeed, time is of the essence here. As always, please take care not to catch anybody's attention. He'll see it by tomorrow morning, I'm sure. It would be my pleasure. Thank you, Oz. I'm off. I'll see you later today. I watch as Oz flits out of my office window and vanishes. Once the Fae is gone, I call my assistant to my office. Yes, Professor? Hold on 1 second. I rifle through the contents of the box. Carefully, I extract the blood samples that Theo mentioned. They appear to be stored in test tubes. Would you mind asking Dr. Rayford to analyze these blood samples? I'll do that, sure. As I hand the samples to her, I notice that she looks like she wants to say something. Over the 2 years we've been working together, I've picked up on a few of her tells. I wonder if we can romance our assistant. What is it, Minnie? How'd it go with the detective? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, no, not at all. He's the same as always. There's lingering beef, of course, but we've sort of managed to put it aside for something more important. He has brought me a rather significant case that he suspects might have some supernatural elements, as hard as it was for him to admit it. Oh, good for him. I can't help but grin at her remark. I'm glad it didn't end in a shouting match, at least. Yes, me too. I'll deliver the blood samples now, Professor. Thank you, Minnie. Minnie hurries out. I'm alone in my office again. Remembering the conversation about the case, I'm suddenly engulfed by unexplainable, eerie feelings. I should start the investigation right away. Ooh, drag and drop item from the inventory to the desk. Select an item in the records, then press the icon to open the inspector and read insights you've gathered. Hover the magnifying glass above an evidence to access the information and see the details in it. Use the black light to see invisible things. Okay, we've got black lights. Read the encyclopedia to gain additional informations. Press the button to end the investigation. Okay. At my desk, in the records, we got tools. Okay, interesting. Okay, case file number 1. I'm just trying to figure out how the UI works. Okay. I think, what is this? Fae encyclopedia? No, magnifying glass. Can I drag it? Am I stupid? How am I supposed to open this? Oops. Select an item in the records, then press the icon to open the investigate and read the insights you've gathered. Okay. Amy, case 1, Audrey Woolridge. I want to, like, read the file, though. Can I not? Oops. Because I thought clicking on this would open it, but it's not doing anything. Okay, maybe we'll look at a picture first. Oh, I do like this magnifying effect. Oh, the first victim's crime scene. This is the first time I encounter something that could be ossification. I feel sick to my stomach. No one deserves to die like this. Something's odd with her fingers. She's got 6? Oh my lord! Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because where's her thumb? Interesting. Okay. I don't think there's like there would be anything on this photograph. Don't think so. The crime scene photograph of the first victim displays her manner of death, specifically hardening into bony tissue. This phenomenon is known as ossification. There seems to be something strange with the victim's fingers. What if I look at my encyclopedia? Fae and insects. Wow, there's actually a lot in changeling. Anomalies common among changelings include an extra finger and an extra toe. Ah, okay. This is what we needed. Notable incident changelings. There are unconfirmed rumors that some high faes like to capture humans and bring them into the fairyland for purposes such as forced reproduction, servitude, ritualized combat for their amusement, and so on. The fairies leave changelings behind to mask their absence. A changeling is composed of several fae, typically of the parasitic type, magically transformed to look almost exactly like an abducted human. Due to the complexity of the fae magic required to create a changeling, the enchantment almost always goes awry. Anomalies common among changelings include an extra finger or an extra toe. Nearby heat conductors, such as small metallic objects, have also been known to repel or to warp the magic creating changelings. Where is the... Because how do I... Because I found the information, but like, how do I correlate that with the, with this? Because it seems she's a changeling. I wonder if all the victims are changelings. Let's look about her. It seems to be the second victim's crime scene. Her complexion, it's not quite the pale hue of death, far paler than should be, almost drained of color. Something's odd with her fingers. I'm telling y'all, they all got an extra finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all changelings. Maybe I have to, like, look at all their fingers. Look at that. Something's wrong with her fingers again. It's the third victim's crime scene. Her fingers. I've seen corpses before, but never like this. There's another strange thing about her fingers. I'm assuming I have to find something wrong with all their fingers before I notice the... This is the fourth victim's crime scene. Poor girl. It's a cruel thing to see youth being stolen so abruptly. There's nothing wrong with her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, she's got the right amount. Maybe she has an extra toe. There's nothing odd in the photograph. Apart from the wounds from gnawing, there's another strange thing about the victim's fingers. Oh, she gnawed on her own fingers? Fuck, okay, I need to read this properly. Okay, photo 2, Susan Moore. The crime scene photograph of the second victim displays her manner of death, which is refusing to drink anything but her own blood. What the hell? So she's drained of all her blood? Edna Niblet. You can't tell me your name is Niblet and you died by chewing on your fingers. Specifically gnawing her own fingers down to the bone. What about this one? Mary Hatcher. She was seemingly poisoned. I think Hatcher was a specific name. Susan Moore? I don't know. Audrey Woolridge. Okay, well, how do I... You know, I learned about this. How does the encyclopedia? How do I use it? Select okay. Hover the magnifying evidence to access the information, see the details of it. Use blacklight to see invisible things. Read the encyclopedia to gain additional informations. Because obviously there's the thing about the changelings, but how do I... I can see now why they had to make a little walkthrough of this section. It's a little confusing. Oh, there was more items. Like, how do I read the case file? Like, I wanted to read it. Oh, there it is. Name, Audrey Woolridge, age 51 years old. Manner of death, hardening to bony tissue. From afar, the corpse looks like a carved wooden statue. Time of death, around 1 p.m. Victim profile, an affluent middle-aged woman in the city. Police report. The victim reported hearing strange noises and seeing strange phenomena in the days immediately preceding her death. The interviewing officer suspected, due to the victim's strange behavior, involvement in occult matters. Forensic report. No traces of drugs or poison from what could be extracted from the body. Further autopsy is still in progress due to the victim's manner of death. Woolridge. Now that's a familiar name. Okay. Oh, well that's a bug. This inventory system is not too polished. That's okay. Okay, case 2, Susan Moore. We could just, there we go. Name Susan Moore, age 40 years old. Manner of death, refusing to drink anything but her own blood. Time of death, around 11 a.m. Victim profile, an affluent middle-aged woman in the city. Police report. The victim's mother reported that the victim was suffering from a prolonged paranoid episode in the days leading to her death. Specifically, the victim was acting erratically and saying strange things. Forensic report. Despite the manner of death, there are no signs of dehydration or hemochromatosis. No traces of drugs or poison. Blood type unknown. Other blood-related investigations are underway. Note, blood does not contain iron. Oh, she's the one whose blood doesn't contain iron. Anyways, I wanted to check what hemochromatosis is. Hemochromatosis is a disorder where the body absorbs and stores too much iron, leading to potential damage to organs. Okay. So that's case number 2. Case 3. Name Edna Niblet, age 64 years old. So all of these are like middle-aged women. Manner of death, gnawing her own fingers down to the bone. Time of death, around 10 a.m. Victim profile, an affluent middle-aged woman in the city. Police report, a friend of the victim reported that she visited the victim's residence to drop off an invitation shortly prior to the victim's death. The friend also wanted to check on the victim's well-being, as she had allegedly been acting strange at a party the night before. According to the friend, she witnessed an emotionally charged conversation between the victim and a young factory girl. However, the friend didn't think much of the interaction at the time. At the crime scene, the invitation card dropped off by the friend was seen close to the victim's corpse and was taken in as evidence. Forensic report. No traces of drugs or poison, blood type unknown, other blood-related investigations are underway. Note, blood does not contain iron. They're changelings, I tell you! Maybe this last person has iron in their blood because I don't see an extra finger, so. Name Mary Hatcher, age 19 years old. Okay, she's the youngest out of all of them. She doesn't fit the MO. Manner of death. Death from shock due to arsenic poisoning. Time of death around 6 p.m. Victim profile, a young factory girl. This must be who the third victim was arguing with. Note, despite not fitting the trend of the previous victim profiles, she has been preliminarily included in the case because she was seen having a heated conversation with the third victim shortly before that victim's death. Police report. The victim's father described her as not acting like herself in the days before she passed. Shortly before her death, the victim visited the police station. According to the interviewing officer, she seemed to be on the brink of confessing something when a look of terror suddenly crossed her face. She then appeared to change her mind. She hurriedly left the station without saying anything further to the interviewing officer. Forensic report. Prior to death, the victim suffered from violent abdominal cramping followed by diarrhea and vomiting, consistent with the effects of arsenic poisoning. Traces of said poison can be found in blood type A in the glass she was drinking from near the time of death. Note, blood contains iron and other elements commonly found in human blood. Yeah, so she for sure was human. Everyone else seems to be a changeling. Okay, so we've got this family photograph, I think? So this middle-aged woman in the collared blouse is the victim. I guess this elderly man in the suit is her father. This elderly woman wearing the cardigan is her mother, I suppose. This bespectacled man is perhaps her brother? Okay. I don't think, like, the black light is gonna do anything because it's I saw something on their hands. Oh, their hands are glowing. Oh dear. Oh. So the two of their hands are glowing, but the mom and the supposed brothers are not. Oh, let me go back to these photographs I had with the black light. Doesn't seem like there's anything in this one. I think it's interesting that the black light has it appear in the photograph. Like, How does that work? You take a picture of something and then like the blacklight reveals? Okay, these ones didn't have anything. Okay, so what's this about something glowing on their hands? I think I read something about that in the encyclopedia. Some Fae and insects. Some Faeologists have applied Darwin's theory of natural selection to Fae kind by putting them in the same genealogical line as insects, especially the Lepidoptera groups, which includes moths and butterflies. This is supported by their similarities to each other. Beneath a special blacklight, some species of butterflies can glow by having a chemical known as phosphorus, which fairies also have. Oh, interesting. Didn't mean to do that by accident. The similarities of fairy kind to insects, as well as birds and others in the animal kingdom, manifest in terms of the variance of fairy magical abilities. One magical skill possessed by some fae is transfiguration, which is similar to metamorphosis. Wielders of transfigurative spells can make themselves or fellow fae take on another form, including appearing human. Many high faes have heightened powers of suggestion, through the emission of toxins capable of causing hypnosis or illusions. Although quite rare, some high faes can transform living beings into solid objects, such as stone or bone. Another example of fae magic is invisibility, which is similar to camouflage. There may be other types of magical powers that have not yet been documented. So we know that Oz can make themselves invisible, and I think that is partly to do with how they look like a butterfly, especially with the eyes, because the whole point of like butterflies or moths with those eyes is that they're supposed to mimic the eyes of like predators, because it's supposed to camouflage them and make like them less likely to be eaten. So that means fairies can look like a lot of different things then. Fae factions and conflict. There are two main factions of high fae, the scribes and the warriors. The scribes are known for their defensive magic and their intelligence. The warriors are known for their power and their offensive magic. Meanwhile, the low fae faction is comprised of faes with limited parasitic magic. They are a widely maligned species that like to consume human blood, hormones, and even souls. The history of fae class conflict is not very well documented. It appears there are quarrels between these factions, as there is a certain level of disdain for the other faction. However, disputes also occur between fairies of the same faction. So it's said that parasitic faes like to consume human blood, hormones, and even souls. And we know for a fact that changelings are comprised of, what was it, normally parasitic fae that are like combined and like transformed into humans. Not transformed, but to like look like humans. It's composed of several fae, typically of the parasitic type. So probably at some point something started going wrong and they started like the parasitic fae side started craving blood. And but then this says human blood, so I don't know why they were craving their own blood. Nonetheless, both factions of high fae deem parasites despicable low fae due to the limited and parasitic nature of their magic. Okay, blacklight. All fairy kinds seem to be weak against iron, although a small amount of iron, such as in meat or blood, does not seem to ward off fairies. Next time someone says you're iron deficient, just say that you are a fairy. You're low in iron because you are a fairy and you cannot have more. Historically, cold iron was often forged as weapons and used to repel fairy magic. The intricate use of iron, combined with physics and chemistry, is applied by Faeologists to develop a special blacklight to detect and distinguish the magical essence of the three main types of Fae. Beneath the blacklight, scribe magic appears blue, warrior magic red, and parasite magic purple or violet. Sustained blacklight illumination on an object imbued with fairy magic may reveal intricate details of certain complex spells. Okay, so this is blue, so that must be scribe magic. So we know for sure that I think that's like victim number 2, right? I think it's this girl. Yeah. So we know for sure she's a changeling. Does that mean her dad is also a changeling? Scribe fairies. The scribes are high fays who are capable of expressing benevolence and kindness that is similar to humans' kindness, and they tend to be friendlier to humans. However, this kindness is only shown in the form of favor exchanges, and they do not go out of their way to help others like humans would. The scribe magic that assists humans is contingent upon the favor that humans deliver to them. Do you think this guy traded his daughter with the scribe fairy to make a deal? I think that's what happened. For example, some scribe fae may use their magic to give blessings to humans who have done very special favors or boons for them via inheritable, invisible markings such as sigils or birthmarks. These blessings can last through generations. The rumored fae touch bloodlines have become wealthy and powerful through the decades that have been favored. However, they may also use their magic as a curse, sometimes even deadly. If they feel offended or insulted, some scribe fairies are also prone to pranks and mischief when they are bored. So either he made a deal or their bloodline is blessed. Specifically on the dad's side. But because this guy doesn't have it, can I assume that he's not his son? Okay, then we got warrior fairies. The high fays of the warrior faction frequently reside in groups and are territorial. They're protective of their troops and tend to be unfriendly toward outsiders, especially if they come from the scribe faction or are human. They will smite anyone who interferes with their group. Humans entering their territory, even if accidentally, may face elimination through the warrior's offensive magic. Although fairy warriors typically remain within their own kind and seldom venture beyond the boundaries of the fairy realms, they are known for their aggressive temperament and volatile disposition. Caution is strongly advised when encountering and interacting with these beings. Then we have parasitic fairies. Fairies with limited magic consistently need to feed off other sources of energy, mostly drained from humans, such as blood, hormones, emotions, and life force. However, the mechanisms and rates at which these drainage processes occur are greatly varied. Okay, that's all. We've read the entire encyclopedia. Okay, let's put this photograph back. What is this? More family photo. And that would be... Oh, sorry, that is Woolridge. Oh, that's the person, that's the lady who turned to stone. Never mind. Moore is the lady who would only drink her own blood. She's got scribe. Wait, what's that on her hand? It's more... Okay, it's only her, so she's a changeling for sure. But why did the dad and the other one have it? Maybe he was blessed. But she's for sure a changeling. It's scribe magic. Maybe they played a prank and they wanted to swap babies for fun. So this middle-aged woman with the pearls is the victim. I guess this elderly man with facial hair is her father. This elderly woman with the fur collar is her mother, I suppose. This other man in the darker suit is maybe her brother. Could be her brother, could be a fiance for all I know. Okay, then we've got a coin. Never seen a coin like this. It looks rare. Could be a magic one. What's happening? It's purple, which implies parasitic magic, but there's also a little bit of red, so maybe warrior? And now there's like there's a darkness on it. It burnt. The texture looks interesting. Beneath the black light, the coin has mostly violet and some red traces of magic. So warrior and parasitic. Are we not going to talk about how I basically burnt the coin? Okay. And what is this? Makeup. I've seen this makeup powder somewhere recently. It's from Nectar Bell. This must have belonged to one of them, but which? Wonder if the owner likes the design box and carrying it around in her pockets, since it's already used up. Perhaps the chemist has some interesting insight since her family owns the brand. Oh, no magic on this one. Okay. Not quite sure who that one belongs to. A beautiful cosmetic eyeshadow box adorned with gold accents, butterfly motifs, and a beautiful lady on the cover. Then we have this coin. This gold coin was found in the third victim's pocket, so... Oh, Edna Niblet? Okay. We have a ring. A wedding ring seems to be made of gold. Parasitic magic. And a little bit of red. Maybe they're changelings, right? So they're basically an amalgamation of parasitic fairies. Maybe they came across warrior fairies and the warriors are like, fuck you, and then decided to kill them because, you know, they don't like parasitic fairies. A wedding ring from the second victim. Beneath the black light, the ring has mostly violet and some red traces of magic. This is no, that's the first victim. Who's the second victim? This lady, Susan Moore. So that must be her husband then, right? Not her brother. Then we have this invitation. My patron invited me to this event. I'm still uncertain if I want to attend. Oh my god, could you imagine if there's magic on here? No? Okay. We request the honor of your presence at the annual Leos Gala, Saturday, 20th October, 8 o'clock in the evening. Formal attire requested. I guess that's everything, right? Like, I don't know if I can unlock anything more. Are you sure you want to end the investigation now? I mean, I'll save. Okay, this game only gives you 4 slots. Interesting. I mean, let's just end it. The thing is, I have found stuff in the encyclopedia, but I don't know if it's supposed to update in here, so just end it. A knock on the door makes me glance up from my desk. I realize the sun has set while I've been absorbed in the investigation. Come in. My assistant enters the office. Dr. Rayford has arrived to drop off the blood samples, and she wants to talk to you. Already? Yes, she's just out the door. I must say, I'm pleasantly surprised at her work speed. All right, send her in. Minnie nods. She returns to the reception area. Dr. Florence Rayford enters. It has been only 3 years since she has worked at the university, but she has proven her reliability more often than not. Good evening, Professor. Good evening, Doctor. Dr. Rayford hands over the blood samples. She also gives me her lab report. Here you go. Thank you. So what have you found? The most peculiar thing is that there is no iron in one of the blood samples. Say, is this fairy related? A question prompts me to ask myself, to what extent of the case can I divulge to her? Theo did say I may ask the patron or her for information using some of the evidence. Although she has knowledge of fairies and their curses, can she handle seeing crime scene photographs? As I return from my thoughts, I notice her voice has taken on a higher pitch. This is so exciting! Are you working with the police? Does this mean that we'll get better credibility in the eyes of the public? Oh my, we're going to be in pet newspapers, aren't we? And not on the usual corner spots, too. Oh, I can hardly contain myself. It appears she took my silence as a yes. It's good that she's excited about the possibility of advancement for Faeology, but her cheerful disposition can sometimes be rather overstimulating. As if on cue, a knock on the door arrived to spare me. The specific sound is familiar, more familiar than when my assistant knocks. Is it Theo? Oh, never mind.
Special delivery.
Mr. Henkel's hands are empty. Oh, this is Mr. Henkel. This is who Theodore is jealous of? I mean, valid, but also... And what prey might you be bringing me? Is it you? Are you the special delivery, Mr. Henkel?
If you wish to call me special, then I certainly won't stop you. But I did bring a box of huckleberry muffins for your office. Minerva was instantly enamored by their buttery scent. She's currently feasting on them. We can only hope she'll leave a muffin apiece for the rest of us. Oh, hello there, Florence. I didn't expect to see you in this office.
Hello, Mr. Henkel. Fancy seeing you here. Although you do have a habit of making this office your sole stop on campus. She chuckles.
That's just because this is where all my money went. A well-spent investment, nonetheless.
Makes a retort at Dr. Rayford, who throws a subtle smile in my direction. How cheeky.
So, Florence, what's been occupying your time as of late?
She looks at me briefly, possibly wondering whether she should tell him about what she did for me. The usual matters, I suppose.
I tried asking your father about you at the last soiree. However, he confessed he didn't have the faintest idea. You must tell me more about your chemical research one of these days. The colorful pursuits of you young academics thrill me to no end.
You know I can't share all that much, Mr. Henkel. Unless, of course, you find yourself in the position to become the chemistry department's benefactor. Then all their secrets are yours. A more playful giggle escapes her lips this time.
I'm afraid I'm all tapped out, financially speaking.
Oh, I'm not buying that one, not for a second. He's telling fibs, isn't he, Professor? Well, now I certainly don't want to get in the middle of the money talk of the rich. I wish I had that information, Doctor. It would make proposing for research much easier, with a bit of delicate leverage, naturally. Mr. Henkel laughs in amusement. I feel I should ask the reason he's here before this conversation takes an odd turn. On another note, Mr. Henkel, did you get my letter? Is that the real reason you dropped by? Upon recalling that I asked Oz to insert the letter into his mailbox only this afternoon, I'm about to retract these questions. Unexpectedly, though, he bows his head in assent.
Your words have always had this immersive impact on me. Perhaps that is why you are such an effective educator. Whenever I encounter your written language, I long to hear it spoken post-haste. Are you putting a spell on your letters by any chance?
I think you're the one with all the spells, Mr. Henkel. Your muffins, for one, have always been successful in getting Minnie's guards down. I think that was a typo. There's no log in this game, I don't think. Oh dear, you two are making me blush. I suppose it's time I take my leave and let you both be. I'm due somewhere shortly, anyhow.
Oh no, that might not be necessary. I can't stay long either.
Mr. Henkel lapses into silence as he continues staring into my eyes. It's difficult to maintain eye contact with him, but even harder to look away. I wonder what I should do. I ought to discuss the case, but both of them seem to be in a hurry. Should I tell Mr. Henkel to return another day, since I need to have an important conversation with Dr. Rayford right away? Or should I dismiss the chemist and meet with my patron now? There are benefits to either choice. Soliciting Dr. Rayford's opinion on the case may be a good idea. She could share more insight on the chemistry side of the case. Her parents own a successful company that produces the powder makeup in evidence. She would also know the social happenings among the wealthy elites. On the other hand, Mr. Henkel is also a viable candidate for an interview. His connections with higher society know no bounds. Everyone seems to know him one way or the other. He might know things Dr. Rayford doesn't. Since he has been funding my research for a long time, he's also more familiar with fairy topics. Whom should I interview? Personally, I want to interview Dr. Rayford. Dr. Rayford, would you mind staying a little longer? I'd like to hear your opinion about something. Dr. Rayford glances at me, then at Mr. Henkel, then back at me with a glimmer of mischief in her smile. Are you sure, Professor? I let out a resigned sigh. Sometimes it can be quite difficult to deal with her teasing. Yes. When I address my patron once more, regret colors my tone. Mr. Henkel, would you mind coming back another day? I have something crucial to discuss with the doctor at present.
Of course, I understand your scientific pursuits precede all else. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you for dropping off those muffins. He only replies with a smile.
I'll see you soon, right?
As As soon as possible, I promise. Mr. Henkel and Dr. Rayford exchange brief goodbyes. My patron then departs. I'm alone with the chemist again. Doctor, I might need your future assistance regarding the blood samples, and also something more pressing. So, is it true you're working with the police? I suppose. Detective Krauss consulted me this morning about an ongoing criminal case. Oh, do I sense some old flame flickering back to life? Your eyes are tricking you, Doctor. It has been ashes for a long time now, and nothing has changed. There is a hint of disbelief in her eyes, but I won't indulge in her playful teasing as there is a more important matter at hand. I clear my throat. So I'd like to ask you for information, as you may be acquainted with some of the victims or their friends and families. All right. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you. Although I do need your sworn secrecy on this. Of course. I'm adept at keeping secrets. You need not worry. Those samples I analyzed are part of the evidence in this case, right? That's right. Let us begin. I tell her the fundamental facts of the case while she listens silently. All the while, when I finish my summation, she has only one word to say to me. Interesting. Can I show her maybe this? Goodness, what happened to this coin? Feels quite icky to touch, isn't it? Let's ask her about this. Ah, my parents' greatest achievement. It's one of the things I wanted to ask you, Doctor. I don't know much about makeup. How popular is this powder among high society? The powder has been the craze lately among the upper class, since my parents have successfully gotten Mary Pickford to do its advertisement. Music is really cool. Yeah, I'm really vibing with the music. Well, I'll be. I can't remember if, I don't think I can look at the credits without, like, going back to the main menu. Art style's so pretty. I'm taking notes on the coloring. Yes, there's a certain, like, I don't know what to compare to this to, but it's very, like, it's a very recognizable art style. Like, if I were to, like, see a sprite, I would know it's from this game. I'm assuming this and the other game have different artists, because this company, they have 2 games they're working on. And I played the other one earlier, and I thought the art style of that one was also very pretty. This one is more like realistic. The other one was like more anime. Okay, will she say anything about this ring? My, are you proposing to me, Professor? I'm afraid my heart still belongs to my late husband. I can hear sorrow seeping through her peppy voice. Quietly, I slip the ring back into the box. Bruh. I wonder what the other guy says if we give him that ring. This is tomorrow's gala. I'll not be going there since the opera's playing. I didn't know you're into opera, Doctor. My late husband and I used to go there for one of our date nights. Sadness leaks through her eyes even though her smile stays bright. I hadn't the faintest she'd been married before. I think it's supposed to say idea. Speaking of which, I spotted Detective Krauss at the Met during last month's performance. He appeared to be enjoying the opera, accompanied by an attractive, tall, blonde woman. For shame. It was quite the unexpected sight. I never took him for an admirer of opera. Well, that's a new one on me. Bruh. As if she just didn't drop hot tea and immediately rescind. Let me look at the lab report. I've done my best to put all the details there, although I might have missed something regarding the curious blood sample. Can I go to my desk? I can't go to my desk. Okay. Blood sample Edna Niblet. We know Mary Hatcher is the one that's definitely human. I found traces of arsenic in this blood sample. Yes, that was reported by the forensics team too. One wonders who could have done such a thing to the poor girl. Actually, chemists do sell arsenic to common people to make their own weed killer and rat poison. I haven't done that in some time, not since the university contract. Also, totally unrelated, but I started 1000X Resist recently, and I 100% understand why it's good to go into the game blind. You have to go into that game blind. Like, you have to. Like, it does not have the same impact if you don't. But also, yippee! The music in that game, amazing. The story in that game, phenomenal. The people who made that game are also already working on another game. It's called... I can't remember, but it has something to do with the themes of like an AI and like becoming self-aware, and at one point does it like, can an AI become human? I think something like that. But very excited for whenever that comes. Prove I'm not human or something. Yeah, something like that. It's also funny to think about that the studio is based in Vancouver, I think. But I'm sure the detective has asked his henchmen to collect purchase records from chemists all over the city, don't you think? Okay, this is the blood sample that doesn't have iron in it. Ah, yes, the most intriguing piece of evidence. It's weird, isn't it, that it doesn't contain iron at all, even though it looks just like human blood. Not to mention the high percentage of phosphorus. Oh, definitely a changeling. Would you let me know if it ended up being a fairy after all? Only if I'm allowed. Is there any insight from chemistry as to why there would be no iron in a red-colored blood? You know what? That is so true. If the blood has no iron, how is it red? Sadly, no. I'm just as puzzled myself. Interesting. I forgot about that the red color in blood is from the iron. I was at an indie games expo last year, helping a friend at their tables right across from ours. That's so cool. This mystery thickens. It is very mysterious so far. I don't know if... I'm gonna show her not the dead photos yet. This is Miss Moore and her family. Could you tell me what you know of them? Well, I've heard that when Mrs. Moore's biological parents passed away, she was adopted by her parents' trusted employees, from whom she received a lot of love. These employees couldn't have children, you see. Her biological parents left her a substantial inheritance, which she received when she came of age. Then she was married, out of love, to a wealthy entrepreneur, who were hand in hand wherever they went. It's a sad thing, her luck seemed to slip away just when she needed it most. Dr. Rayford seems to know about Mrs. Moore than she let on earlier. While she sounds quite sympathetic, I can somehow sense a hint of jealousy in her voice. Oh! Hey, what about the Wooldridge family? This is a family photograph of the Wooldridges. Ah, yes, it was everywhere in the papers when her father married the famous and one of the most beautiful socialites. The other man here is Mrs. Wooldridge's stepbrother. Oh, okay. Do you know anything about these people? Aside from being fabulously wealthy and well-known, not particularly. I don't know if it's a good idea, but... Do you happen to know this girl? Unfortunately, no, I don't know her. What about this? Mrs. Moore! She seems to recognize the victim quite fast. We've met once or twice at a clothing store and exchanged a few pleasantries. Occasionally, I would see her and her husband at various dinner parties as well. They were a lovely couple. There's no sound to be heard as she stares at the photograph for a little while. I showed her the photograph where it's the victim that got basically, like, ossified. I wonder if it's too much for her. Is this Mrs. Wooldridge? It's a little difficult to recognize her because of the... Well, she speaks with her usual sunny lilt, which is quite surprising. I guess she has got a strong stomach. Yes, that's correct. What do you know of her? Everyone knows her and her family, that's pretty sure. They're one of the richest in the city, the elites of the elites. Accordingly, their circle consists only of very selected people, such as your patron, I imagine. Her and their families like to host charity events. Did you ever know her to dabble in occult matters? Unfortunately, what I told you previously is all I know about her. If she did dabble, do you think that maybe her manner of death is a result of occult matters? It is certainly a possibility. Last thing I didn't show her is this picture. Oh yes, I know her, although I can't seem to recall her name. Mrs. Niblet. That's right. I still want to point out how fucked up it is to have your last name be Niblet and then you die by chewing your fingers to the bone. I saw her quite often at the auction, only going for rare coins. As usual, the winning bid was hers. I wonder if some of those coins carried some sort of curse, since they came from God knows where. It's surprisingly that she seemed rather unfazed by quite the gruesome photos. I wonder if she had seen worse deaths caused by chemicals. Although even if she had seen worse, I doubt I could muster such cheer. I've never realized this peculiar side of hers. I think that's all I can pretty much ask her. End the interview. Are you sure you've gotten all the information you need? I don't know, but I've showed her everything, so I don't think, I have no further questions. I believe I have enough information for now. Is that so? Well, all right. Earlier you mentioned you had a prior... Oh, that's me. Earlier you mentioned you had a prior arrangement, so I won't keep you any longer. Thank you for your time. You've been incredibly helpful. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to reach out if you require anything else. I give her a brief nod. Dr. Rayford then departs from my office. I'm alone again, but not for long. My assistant pops into the office. I hope she saved me a muffin. Professor, I'm heading home soon. Is there anything else I can help with? No, I'll be perfectly fine. I think I'll stay and work for a bit longer. Okay, see you tomorrow, Professor. Have a safe trip home. Upon wishing me the same, Minnie leaves. I have some time until I wrap up my workday and head home from the office. Okay. I definitely want to look at this lab report. Oops. This is Dr. Rayford's lab report on the blood samples. The content is quite similar to the forensic report. While elements similarly found in human blood, such as phosphorus, carbohydrates, and some proteins are found in the third victim's blood, it doesn't contain iron. Moreover, the amount of phosphorus found is in a higher percentage than that in human blood, making it possible for this to be the blood of a fairy. The fourth victim's blood appears to be normal human blood, with iron present. Traces of arsenic are also found. Although there is some new information, I expected the report to be more detailed. Then again, I did ask her to finish it as soon as possible, and she delivered. I don't think anything happens if I put like a black light over this. Yeah, I wasn't expecting. Okay. This is Mary Hatcher's blood. Arsenic, huh? Anytime I hear arsenic, I get thrown back into Chicago, and like that one line just pops into my brain. Nothing. I think if I put the other blood under the black light, it's gonna glow. I've read somewhere that most insects don't have iron in their blood. Yeah, there we go, it's purple! Some of it is red? So maybe the red coloring is warrior magic? So does that mean these are changelings that are comprised of both parasitic and warrior phase? But then that doesn't make sense because like the warrior phase are supposed to hate the parasitic phase. Although the encyclopedia only mentioned that it was commonly parasitic phase. What is it? Composed of several fae, typically of the parasitic type. So I guess it was parasitic and warrior that was comprised of most of these changelings. Beneath the blacklight, the blood sample has mostly violet and red traces of magic. Blood sample from the fourth victim, Mary Hatcher. Dr. Rayford's parents own the company that produces this makeup, Nectar Bell. Okay. She didn't really tell us that much about this makeup, if I'll be honest. I might have learned more if I had actually gone with Mr. Henkel. I personally don't think there's anything left for me to look at. So I'm just gonna leave it. End investigation, yeah. It's the next afternoon. I hope I went home and slept. I should be grading assignments, or reviewing the lecture I'm going to deliver come Monday, or do anything productive in the realm of professorial duties. Instead, I find my attention straying more and more towards the office door. I voice my frustrations to good old Oz. Theo will probably arrive at any moment. I can't stop wondering whether my explanation will be enough for him. Yeah, Theo said we needed to present 3 pieces of evidence to convince him that, like, this could be a fairy's doing. In the past, no sort of explanation ever seemed to please him when it came to fairies. And why should it do so now? My voice cracks with concern. This time he came to you, bearing in mind the possibility of fairy involvement. He'd be a fool if he discredits you so soon. My fairy companion's chirping becomes increasingly stern this time. But you need to get yourself together. You must remain steadfast and strong when facing the detective. Don't permit your voice to falter when you present your findings. I know, I can't let myself unravel at this point. It's just that he's never solicited my opinion quite in this manner. A professional insight, no less. All the more reason to be as calm as you can be. Maintaining your composure is essential to delivering a persuasive argument. But no matter what happens, at least you know you tried. At the end of the day, he's the one who needs to solve this case. You're right. Of course you are. I'm not a detective. I'm simply a professor sharing my perspective. Thank you, Oz, for always talking me off the ledge. Just then, somebody knocks on the door. That's my cue to sail past your window ledge. Best of luck. I whisper a hurried goodbye to my fairy friend. I'll see you tonight, Oz. Once Oz has flown out, I direct my attention toward the door. Come in. My assistant marches in. Professor, you have a visitor. The detective? Minnie nods. All right, send him in. Minnie nods once again and walks out of the room. Theo paces around a little bit after strolling in. He appears quite distracted. He finally stops and opens his mouth.
So, what have you learned?
I take a deep breath. Here it goes. I have to present my findings to perhaps the most sought-after detective in the police force. Theo investigates cases right where the crime scenes unfolded. He's agonizingly familiar with the grit and the grime of the city's darkest recesses. Meanwhile, as a professor, my expertise primarily revolves around the nebulous, the theoretical. I must do my best to stay calm and collected, just as Oz suggested. I've read the case files. Victims' odd behavior shortly before death could be due to hypnotic spells from fairies. The 4th victim went to the police station, but before she said anything, it seemed she saw something that scared her away. What if she saw something not human? And the manner of death? He interrupts me before I can finish.
I have no time for assumptions. The papers telephoned our department this morning, and they found out about some of these deaths.
So that's why he looks agitated.
The chief is preparing a statement for tomorrow regarding this. So I'll just cut to the chase. Is there fairy involvement?
Yes. Yes, I'm certain of it. I can tell his interest is piqued. I wonder what happens if you say no. Like, does the game just fucking end? Like, however, I'd like to first lay out the basics since I'm pretty sure you've discarded the things I've told you in the past. He grumbles as if in admission of my statement. So far, we've identified 3 classes of fairies: warrior, scribe, and parasitic fae. Warriors have strong offensive magic. Scribe's magic tends to be defensive and parasitic magic as well. Parasitic. We Faeologists had developed a tool called Blacklight to detect traces of Fae magic. It can even be detected through photographs if the magic is especially strong. Okay, so that explains that. Is the blacklight just like a UV light? Like a regular UV light? Must be. Warrior's magic glows red, scribe magic blue, and parasitic magic shines purple. I found that, seemingly, fairies of one specific class are behind this.
Which one is the culprit?
Parasitic Fae. I want to say parasitic because we've seen a lot of purple and red. They're of the parasitic class.
What is the evidence?
Third victim's blood. Because we do have scribe magic, but that's only proven in like 2 of the photographs.
How does this prove parasitic involvement?
I slot the blood sample beneath the blacklight to show the magic traces. You see, it glows under the blacklight.
I can see the purple traces, but what about this red glow?
I'm taking a moment to collect my thoughts. You're right, I must have missed it.
What else you got?
This ring.
How does this prove parasitic involvement?
Place the ring underneath the blacklight. You see, Mrs. Moore's ring glows purple under the blacklight. He's asking me about this red glow. I know about the red glow. He's right. How did I not see this? I'm a little frustrated because we know about the red glow. It's in the notes when we look at the object in our inventory. But now we're pretending that we never noticed it? You're right. It seems I missed it. Theo lets out a long sigh. I would let out a long sigh too, because fuck me, man. What is this? That's another typo though. Or no, it's technically, I don't think it is. Theo let out a long sigh. Theo lets out a long sigh. No, I think it's fine actually. It's fine. I keep bobbing back and forth whether it's a typo or not. I swallow back a lump rising in my throat. I think it's fine because it's supposed to be past tense.
Clearly, you have been thorough in your investigation. Either you're missing important things or you just don't take this as seriously as I thought.
But if I say warrior, is he gonna be like, what is this purple glow then? But I do take it seriously. If I could just reinvestigate. It's hard to get any sentences out of my mouth. No words of mine could ease the way he sees me now.
It doesn't matter.
I should have saved.
We're running out of time. I couldn't find proof of it being unusual drugs or poisons either. Even the most atypical drugs don't cause this kind of bizarre hallucinations. No poisons could turn the whole body into hardened stones.
Maybe I should just say scribe. His eyes narrow on me, full of quiet accusations.
Honestly, I can't believe this. You've dedicated many, many years to the study of forensic Faeology. And this is all you have to show for it.
Maybe I don't want them to smooch. Maybe I don't want them to get back together. Maybe I will go with Mr. Henkel. I'm so mad, guys. I'm so fucking mad. What are you...
I know you're clever, capable, competent. But you ought to consider changing your field. You're not cut out for forensics.
Dump his ass. I know they're not together, but dump him anyway. I know, right? I was hoping it could work out, but I don't think it can work out. I feel like I'm starting to see red. I can't believe he's bringing up my profession this way. I know I messed up, but you just crossed a goddamn line. He knows I tried my best given the limited time, but he just keeps hammering away. It hits me all over again how easy it is for him to make me feel really small. Okay, I take it back. We don't want him anymore.
I'm just laying down the facts.
He says it so nonchalantly, as if he doesn't see the effect of his opinion on me. I can't do this anymore. My anger is beyond containment. I never want to see you again. Get out.
Fine by me. I don't plan on ever coming back to this office anyhow.
Upon picking up the box of evidence, Theo turns to leave. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. He slams it. I find myself striding restlessly in my room, seething with frustration. Perhaps this is for the best. After all, there's a reason I walked away, and it's all coming back to me. As I was steadying my breath to calm down, I realized something. I hadn't explained Dr. Rayford's findings on the blood samples, how it could be fairy blood. I thought we would bring it up because there was the option to bring up the third victim's blood. And so I thought we would bring up the fact that it could be fairy blood, but of fucking course not. Theo has to be like, oh, well, you said it's purple, well, it's also red, what does that mean? And the significance of the scribe sigils on prominent families. So I'm gonna assume that I should pick the scribe option, and I should just pick the photographs. She gave me additional information too on the victims, as well as the popularity of the makeup. I didn't have a chance to tell him all that. Well, so be it. I'm not gonna write him or telephone him. Perhaps I'll just write an anonymous letter to the homicide department. But first, I ought to finish grading the assignments that I neglected yesterday. It's been an hour and a half since I forced myself to get back to work, yet my anger hasn't subsided. Then it strikes me. I'm no more angry at Theo than I am at myself. How did I fail this? Why wasn't I thorough enough? Because I didn't think the game would dick me over like that. Still, that doesn't give him the right to talk to me like that. I bury my face in my hands as I realize that I've merely been spinning in circles. Professor, is this a bad time? I look up at her in shock. When did she get in? I knocked, then waited for a minute. It then occurred to me that perhaps you didn't hear me. Oh, sorry. My mind is more than a little preoccupied. The detective had an intensely brooding expression when he left. I figured that the meeting didn't go well. I can stay longer today if you need to talk. Thanks, Minnie. I'm not sure about talking, but I could use some company. Of course, Professor. Would you like me to fetch us a bottle? Sure. Any preference? Whichever bottle is biggest. Or whichever has the highest alcohol content. I'm assuming ending 6 bottle blues. Okay. There are multiple endings to this demo then. Credit. Where's the credit for the music? Okay, music is just, I think it's just like music that you can use for free as long as you provide credit. So that's all the music. If anyone ever wants to go look it up and listen to more. Okay, I'm just gonna do new game, and we're just gonna go from the very beginning, and we're gonna skip. Reach out for the box, whatever. Ask him more about his thoughts, whatever. Try to make him see reason, because you know what? Fuck him. I'll help even without being challenged. Even without being challenged, I'll still help you, you know? He stares at me impassively.
Of course I know. Well, if you need anything from me, just ring.
Okay, well, what kind of ass response was that? We will be hyperbolic. More fruitful than... This is us responding to a letter from our patron, him inviting us to a gala. More fruitful than they have been in the centuries that you've been roaming amongst their lavish ranks. Last time I was apologetic, saying that we couldn't decide if we wanted to go with him to the gala. We are gonna be coy. Cause fuck Theodore. You shall know my answer definitely if you find me on your arm on the evening of the event. But, okay, skip. And then there was a thing where it was like, do you still think about Theodore? And you know what? I am mad that I picked that first one, so fuck him. He and I are old news. As for Theo, I've long since stopped dwelling on him. I've thought of him and I as a relic of the past, and I feel no regret in having ended it when I did. Upon signing off, I seal the letter with wax. I then turn toward my trusted Fae. Okay, we've gone through this. The blood samples. Okay, we're gonna have to go through this all over again, but I think it's fine. I'm just gonna have to remember to, like, save. I'm just gonna have to remember to save when I finish this investigation. So it's just a lot of me waving and skipping. Okay, and then there's this one. Something's weird with her finger. I don't think any of these had, like, these photos specifically had anything to do with the black light. Okay, they've got stuff on their hands. So she's adopted. So that's why only she has the thing and everyone else doesn't. I don't know. There's no, like, light coming from this one, so I guess it's fine. That one's got magic on it. Ring. Okay. We are gonna end the investigation, confirm. I am gonna save before I forget. We're gonna go with slot 3. I can only assume that the limited number of save slots is intentional. This time we're gonna ask Mr. Henkel to stay. Mr. Henkel, would you mind staying for a while? I'd like to discuss something.
Not at all. I'd be delighted.
I turn back towards the chemist. Dr. Rayford, thanks again for analyzing these samples. Your assistance has been invaluable. Please don't let me keep you any longer. You're quite welcome. I'm always happy to help. After bidding Mr. Henkel a swift farewell, Dr. Rayford is out the door in no time.
What do you want to talk about, my dear Faeologist?
I gesture toward the large box on my desk. It's a box of evidence for a multiple murder case.
Is it from Detective Krause?
It is indeed. He brought it to me this morning.
You haven't seen the detective in months, have you? How'd that visit go?
Better than I could have hoped, or it's nothing special? It's nothing special, fuck him. Oh, it's nothing special. There wasn't anything worth mentioning, except of course about the top priority case I'm tasked with. I don't know why, but I have an inkling that he's pleased. Yeah, he's clearly interested in Augustine.
Was that why Dr. Rayford was here earlier? She had analyzed some biological samples.
Yes, that's right.
All right, tell me about this case. How can I help?
After binding my patron to secrecy, I rattle off the basic facts of the homicides.
I believe I might have heard a bit about this case. Not the gory details, mind you. Just little whispers here and there.
Yes, I was hoping you'd be familiar with some of the parties involved. I wanted to show you something. Please share any knowledge you might have about the evidence.
Sure, I can do that.
I really want to know what he says about the ring.
My, this is very bold of you. Are you sure you want to be bound to me forever?
Says you, asking that question knowing full well this ring isn't mine. He laughs wholeheartedly.
So, whose is it?
Mrs. Moore.
All I can tell you is that she and her husband were always attached at the hip. 2 peas in a pod.
You know what? Maybe I will go after Mr. Henkel. I'm still so mad about Theodore. I'm still so mad at him. Oh my god, if we show him the gala invite, do we have to talk about...
Why are you showing me this invitation? Is this your way of confirming that you'll be my date?
Should I lock it down? Hell yeah! Yes, let's do it.
Perfect. I'll pick you up here tomorrow.
Let's show him the lab report.
Oh, I see.
Oh, and the ads have started. I'm gonna go pee quickly. I will be back. Okay, I am back. The more I think about it, the more I can't comprehend why we shouldn't choose Mr. Henkel. Why would you pick Theodore over Mr. Henkel? You have this guy, he's obviously into you. He's also into fairies. Why would you choose Theodore over that? Theodore, who doesn't believe in fairies, who is always picking a fight with you, who said some really nasty shit that other ending. Alright. This was... Okay, we showed him the lab report and this is his response.
Oh, I see. This is interesting indeed. I can see why the detective came to you with this case.
Oh, he doesn't say anything about it? I'm sure Florence knows more than I do when it comes to analyzing biological samples. Guess he's not going to say anything about this blood. That's fine. Is this the one from that popular brand? Nectar Bell. That's the one, although that's all I know about it. Okay. Seems like this isn't really a coin, is it? It's not a coin? Anyways, all we have left are the pictures. This is a photograph of Mrs. Moore and her family. What can you tell me about the people in this picture? I believe this elderly couple is her adoptive parents. Is it me or is that not Englishing? I think that's not Englishing. I've never really talked to them, but I hear they're kind, wonderful people. Biologically, Madame Moore was born as a so-called miracle baby to wealthy parents of advanced age. When they passed away, she had no other family members by blood. She was thus adopted by a middle-class couple who were trusted employees of her biological parents, or so I've heard. Are her adopted parents? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be are. Upon coming of age, she received her sizable inheritance and wedded a recently rich entrepreneur of humble origins. This is her widower in the photograph. He's said to be extremely close to his parents-in-law. Okay. What Dr. Rayford mentioned that Mr. Henkel didn't is that she married that guy out of love. This is a photograph of Mrs. Woolridge's family. All the faces here are familiar to me. I must express my deepest sympathies when I see them at the Leo Scala. Can you tell me more about the people in this picture? The Woolridges are perhaps one of the most prominent and powerful families in the city. The victim's father was in the running to be the richest in the world until he decided to devote much of his wealth to lavish charitable endeavors. This elderly woman is the victim's stepmother, a beautiful socialite for whom the victim's father divorced her biological mother. Oh! A homewrecker? This younger man is the victim's stepbrother. Are you familiar with this girl? No, I've never seen her before. Whoever this girl is, I express my sincerest condolences. Did you know this woman? I did. She was a fine, upstanding lady. She certainly didn't deserve such a gruesome ending. She was known among her peers for her rare coin collection. From what I've heard, you can see her collection displayed in every inch of her house. Oh, how awful. I was familiar with Madame Moore. Through the grapevine, I heard the devastating news of her death. I often interacted with this exceptional woman and her sprightly spouse at high society events. They are both gracious individuals. How terrible. I knew Madame Woolridge. As you undoubtedly know, her family hosts the city's biggest charity event every year. They tell me the fundraiser will be moving forward despite the tragedy in the family. According to my sources, she loved that event dearly and definitely would have wanted it to proceed. Did you ever know her to dabble in occult matters? Knowing this woman as I did, I doubt it. If it would help, however, I've heard several elites are members of a clandestine occult group. I only heard of the name the Golden Dawn. Hardly anyone knows about its existence. But you do have your way of knowing, don't you? I say teasingly, and he responds with a sly smirk. I do indeed. This is the first time Mr. Henkel and I are talking about something this gruesome, even though I've known him a long time. Yet as he spoke his condolences while seeing the corpse's photographs, his face remained blank, as if the words never reached his expression. His eyes didn't even flinch. How odd. I wonder if this lack of empathy is just a trait of being in the upper class. We've asked him about everything, so I have no further questions. I believe I have enough information for now.
Already?
Yes, Mr. Henkel. Earlier you mentioned you had a prior arrangement, so I won't keep you any longer. Thank you for your time.
I'm delighted I could be of assistance. Reach out to me if you need anything else. I'll see you soon, yes?
I give him a brief nod. Mr. Henkel then leaves my office. I'm alone again, but not for long. Heading home soon. Okay. I guess this is our last chance to investigate. The thing is, I don't know how to, like, get the thing in the encyclopedia to show up. Like, obviously these girls are changelings, but, like, I don't know how to, like, bring that up. Because, like, there's something strange with the victim's fingers, but, like, how do we correlate that to this? Let me save real quick. Let's look at this blood. It's glowing. This is the one with arsenic. Doesn't glow. The lab report. Skip, skip, skip. Okay, and then let me save once again. Then we're gonna end the investigation. Okay, skip. Eudora is here. Is there fairy involvement? I kind of want to just say no just to see what happens. No. Theo pinches the space between his eyebrows and sighs.
Well, I've wasted my time coming here.
He picks up the evidence box and then abruptly leaves. It appears I've blown the little chance Faeology has of becoming acknowledged in the academic field. What ending is this? Ending 7, the death of Faeology. Okay. I wonder how many endings there are. Let me load game. Okay, I have to do this all over again. That's fine. I'll just have to save again after I've done the investigation. I'm still so fucking annoyed at Theodore, though. I think that was it. Let me save. Okay, so we're gonna say that there was fairy involvement. I'm not sure how I'm gonna prove it to him, though. Let's try scribe. Where's the evidence? The photographs? What else you got? Oops. That completely skipped all the photograph dialogue. Fuck me. I'm just gonna load. How does this prove scribe involvement? I recall that there are no magic traces on the crime scene photographs, but rather on the family photographs. I set down the family photographs and hover the black light on them in succession. Can you see this blue sigil on some of the victims' left hands? Theo's eyes widen at the sight.
Yes, I can see it. Did the sigils cause these bizarre deaths?
I take a moment to remember what's written in the Fae Encyclopedia. Sigils are the scribe's protective boons. They are supposed to keep these people safe. Wait a moment, it seems I was mistaken. Well, I don't have anything else. The makeup. There are no magic traces in this combat case. He's profoundly disappointed. He's gonna... Okay, this one seems to not skip text that we haven't seen before. Even more, Mr. Henkel gave me top secret information on a clandestine occult group in the upper class. I didn't have the chance to tell him that. Well, so be it. Not going to write. Okay. What ending is this? Is this another bottle? You have a visitor waiting in the reception area? Oh my god, maybe this is the ending where we go to the gala. It's Mr. Henkel, isn't it? I wanted to meet him today. I nearly forgot. I can tell him to come back another day. No, I do want to see him. Might be the only person on Earth who can make me feel better right now. I'll send him in right away. My patron is beaming when he strides in, but one look on my face is all it takes for the smile to slip away.
Whatever is the matter? You look like someone died. It's because of Detective Kraus, isn't it?
I can sulk another time. We should get going, shouldn't we? I did agree to accompany you to the Leo Scala.
That can wait, my dear. Everything can wait. My priority now, and always will be, ensuring that you're okay.
Just a tiny bit of coaxing from my patron, I divulge all that just transpired. I reveal what Theo said to me and how small it made me feel.
I'm devastated to hear about it all. If I could curse the detective to the depths of hell for insulting you as he did, I would have done so already. Perhaps when we next cross paths, I can hook his ankle with my cane. Then we can watch him together as he topples down 4 flights of stairs. I'm pretty sure that would kill him. Accidentally, of course.
I can't help but let out a chuckle. I know he's only joking, yet it has triumphantly alleviated my frustrations. Not this man just confessing premeditated murder to me.
In the end,
Theo would still find out that you did that, Mr. Henkel. I don't want you to go to jail. Truth be told, he wasn't wrong about everything. I haven't been through enough. I'm finding it hard not to be disappointed in myself. My patron smiles at me.
Don't be, dearest. Sometimes things don't work out as intended. Not every mystery is destined to be solved.
Ending 5, mysteries aplenty. Okay. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get all the endings. Cause like, say I say yes to the magic thing. What if I say warrior and I bring up the ring? What? Okay, you know what I'm really pissed off about? I said, if you say that you think it's mainly the parasitic phase that are involved, and then you bring up this stuff as well, where it's like, oh, there's this ring. See, it glows purple. And he's like, well, what about the red? And then your character responds with, oh, how did I miss that? I guess I just didn't see. And then he gets disappointed in you because he thinks you're talking bullshit. And this time when I say that warrior phase are mainly involved and I show him the ring and he's like, oh, but why is it also purple? Now I have options to like explain myself? I am calm. I guess it's because it's not parasitic phase mainly involved, but like, it's because everything is mostly purple. You think they would be involved. It's obviously not the first option. It's a parasitic phase warped into a ring. I don't think it's because of... You know what? Let me just pick all the bullshit answers. It's a parasitic phase that got warped by a ring. Small metallic objects are known to repel or warp fairies when the transformation magic goes awry. Oh, maybe that was the right answer.
But how do you know for sure that this one is a parasitic fae?
Yeah, that's a good question. Normally the body of a parasitic fae will be revealed under blacklight. Yet this one is just a ring, no matter how much I hold the blacklight on top of it. Never mind, it was the wrong one. I think I must have missed something. What else you got? The blood sample. How does this prove warrior involvement? Okay, it's red. How do the purple traces or parasitic magic, as you say, have a part in this? The blood is fairy blood. Parasitic underlings of warrior high fae to help with what? Some parasitic fairies become underlings of high fae as they are allowed to feed off a small amount of high fae's magic regularly. In turn, they will do anything the high fae asks, even killing humans. Theo seems perplexed and perhaps discontented. Something's not right. What else you got? Textured coin. How does this prove warrior involvement?
There appears to be strong evidence pointing towards warrior involvement. Based on what you've shown me, parasitic fairies are one way or another connected to the manner of killing.
This hurts my brain a little bit. That's kind of odd. It is a little bit. Because we know it's both parasitic and warrior phase involved, but you have to say that it's mainly warrior involvement for it to be right.
But you also haven't told me how the warrior fairies kill the victims. Give it to me straight. How do you figure the murders were carried out?
And we couldn't have gotten that from going down the parasitic route? No. Because when you say that it's parasitic fairies mainly involved, he's like, well, what's this bread thing? And then you're just like, oh, I must have missed that. I guess it's because parasitic. Oh, well, I don't know anymore, man. I just whatever. Warriors directed parasitic underlings to sap life, causing ossification and severe hallucinations. Warriors replaced victims with changelings and killed the changelings with ossification and hallucination spells. I think it's the middle one. We're gonna try the bottom one first. Warrior high fae used ossification and hallucinatory spells to kill the victims. Through their formidable offensive magic, they eliminated the lowly parasitic phase in the vicinity as well.
Something is amiss. How do you explain the mystery of the blood? When the parasitic phase meet their end in a similar fashion?
How do I explain the mystery of the blood, indeed? I can't help but think that I'm missing something. I suppose my theory may not be entirely accurate.
We can also look at this case from another angle. The motives. Based on your investigation, what could be the rationale behind the warrior fairies' actions?
It's difficult to pinpoint the reason why fairies do what they do since they don't follow human rules or morality. However, I found that warriors' hatred towards humans may be the cause. Warriors murder parasitic phase because they are despicable low phase. Warriors are targeting people blessed by the scribes. We don't think that the third victim was blessed by the scribes, right? I don't know. I'm just gonna pick all the wrong answers. Warriors especially are aggressive and unfriendly towards outsiders. Perhaps they gotta bounce. Unfortunately, enjoy the rest of the stream. No problem. Thank you for sticking around. Hey, what are you doing? Before I know it, Theo is fiddling with the blacklight in the family photographs.
Odd that the victims have blue symbols on their hands.
Suddenly, something clicks inside my brain. So it doesn't matter? The game just pushes you in the right direction? Wait, you're right. 3 of the victims come from old money families, with both having scribe sigils. The sigil is a sign of being blessed by one of the scribe fae, usually given when someone has done a very special boon for a scribe. It gives good fortune and is passed down through generations. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Niblet would have the same sigil. So the warriors might have targeted these poor ladies specifically. Theo appears amused as he observes my unfolding revelation.
That does make sense. You just ought to be more thorough, it seems. Lastly, what have you found on the poor girl Mary Hatcher? Any connection to fairies?
The chemist's report is similar to the case files. The blood is normal human blood, traces of arsenic. I didn't find any signs of fairy magic from the evidence. Even so, based on her relation to Mrs. Niblet, we can't discard the possibility that fairies might be involved with her death too. Theo nods in agreement. I have one piece of information to tell you.
Really? What is it?
Mr. Henkel told me that there exists a clandestine occult group called the Golden Dawn. I asked him about this since the police report suggested some occultism might be involved. Hardly anyone, even from the upper class, has ever heard of it. He said several elites are members of it. He picks out a small notebook and a pen from his trench coat and starts writing. I'm not sure if this is useful.
Every scrap of information counts. I ought to note down the things we've talked about today as well. Her findings really threw me for a loop. I forgot to take notes.
Of course, take your time. While Theo is writing, I tidy up my desk and put the evidence back in the box.
Anything else you got?
That's all I have for now. He puts his notebook and pen back in his coat. When I gaze upon him, his expression seems to straddle the line between being pleased and puzzled. Then a deeper crease forms between his eyebrows. I tell him when he is trying to connect the dots on the information he just got.
I suppose there's some evidence for fairy involvement, but they are in bits and pieces. I certainly can't predict how the papers will handle the information we've got so far, though this might just be enough to keep the investigation going.
There's a hint of disappointment in his voice that he's unable to hide. I think I just need more time. I really tried my best.
I'm not sure you did.
His words cut deeper than I care to admit. I can't help but feel like a failure even though I've managed to find important things. I suppose only things aren't enough if they're not connected, or if they're not making sense.
Well, I'll work on keeping the case open and making sure the press doesn't spin it into a circus. In the meantime, you should reinvestigate the case. I'll leave the box here for another day. Perhaps you'll find something new or see them in a new light.
All right, I'll do that. I do my utmost to stay composed, yet my cracked voice gives away my true feelings. He glances at his wristwatch.
I've got to get going. I'll see you tomorrow.
Of course, he's not the type to linger and comfort the downcast, especially when it's one's own fault. I can't let this get to me either. There's more work to be done. I lay out all the evidence on the table once again, frantically searching for the things I missed. Professor, is this a bad time? I look up at her in shock. When did she get in? Is it, to the gala? Oh dear. I think I've bugged out the game. This is unfortunate. Oh, especially when I don't know which save slots are which. I'll just have to go overwrite slot 1. Why does it go all the way back to here? Warriors directed parasitic underlings to sap life, causing ossification, severe hallucinations. This causes ossification, severe hallucinations. With eyes closed, Theo turns it over in his mind, and shortly after he looks at me. Something doesn't make sense. I think something's slipping past you. Warriors murder parasitic fairies because they're despicable low fays. What are you doing? It doesn't matter. The sigils. We're gonna keep skipping. We have a visitor waiting. It's Mr. Henkel. My patron is beaming when he strides in. Oh, it's just broken. There's just some bug that happens, I think. I don't think it has anything to do with what I did. It's just for some reason I can't continue this ending. Okay, let me try loading from here. Okay, so we're gonna ask Mr. Henkel. It's nothing special, whatever. I'm not gonna show him I'm not gonna show him the invite. Or maybe I will, but then I just won't accept. Skip. Skip. Skip that. Skip that. Skip that. Keep him hanging. Rather than confirming or denying anything, I simply flash an enigmatic smile. Still playing hard to see. Okay, we're gonna end. And then, what is it? Okay, we're gonna skip that, put that back in. This is the one that glows blue and purple and red. Examine this one. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay, we're gonna save here. We're gonna skip. Is there fairy involvement? Yeah. Warrior. Point. Blood. I'm still gonna do the one where like it's not quite right. Ring. Parasitic fairy warped, whatever. Skip, skip, skip. Skip that. Skip that. He's disappointed in me, whatever. A visitor waiting for you, Mr. Henkel. Yeah, there's just this section of the game is bugged. I'm surprised this wasn't caught. I'm just gonna make note of the bug. Unfortunate. We are just gonna have to... I think what it is like... Is it this one? We're gonna have to, like, only talk to Dr. Rayford. I think is the only way for this to go, to avoid that ending. So, for sure, there's gonna be one ending that I'm not gonna be able to do. Asking her about the blood. Lab report. That. End interview. Sure. Skip, skip, skip. Okay. Time to go through this all over again. Hopefully... I do wish we had more save slots. I wouldn't be so annoyed if I had maybe a couple more save slots. Okay. Confirm that to be the end. I'm just gonna have to save this in slot 2. I don't remember what's in slot 2, but we're gonna have to go through the investigation again. Warrior Fae. Let's show him the coin. Blood sample. Let's choose the wrong answers. Okay, skip, skip, skip. She stares at the mess on my desk. I thought the detective came today to pick up the box. You're not wrong, but it appears there are things I ought to reinvestigate. Is there anything I can do to help? No, Minnie. I'm fine. Thank you for offering. I lean back in my chair and exhale deeply as a slight discomfort in the head creeps in. Actually, would you mind making me a cup of coffee? I'm thinking of staying overnight here. Of course, coming right away. Minnie saunters into the kitchen in a hurry. I feel blessed to have a hard-working assistant. While waiting for Minnie to return, I pull out the fairy encyclopedia and immerse myself in its pages. It seems the night has only just begun. Not up to snuff. Okay. We are gonna load game, which is, I think, number 2. And we're gonna do the investigation right this time. Is there fairy involvement? Yes. Warrior Fae. The texture, the ring. Why does it glow purple as well? The problem is I missed some of the text. Oh well, whatever. It's part of transformation magic. That is because the ring is a part of transformation magic. When the parasitic Fae is transformed into a changeling or human look-alike, high Fae magic is able to copy everything, including Mrs. Moore's wedding ring. There's sudden silence in the air as Theo's eyes widen in consternation.
What the hell are we dealing with here?
He mutters in a voice that is filled with dismay.
What else you got?
The coin. Does that prove? I invite Theo, okay. So something is wrong with that coin that I didn't catch? It seems. Third victim's blood sample. I thought I got everything about that coin. The blood is fairy blood. That's because the blood is fairies and their blood contains traces of their own magic. This is further supported by the blood sample analysis. Fairy's blood has high content of phosphorus, just like reported. Adding to that, the missing iron. Fairies have an aversion toward iron. They don't have it in their blood. They still, however, withstand the iron in human blood. That's why some parasitic Fae like to drink our blood. As I ramble on, Theo listens intently with a slightly surprised look on his face every time I start a new sentence.
To be honest, I'm out of words at the moment. There appears to be strong evidence pointing towards warrior involvement. Based on what you've shown me, parasitic fairies are one way or another connected to the manner of killing. But you also haven't told me how the warrior fairies kill the victims. Okay. Warriors replace victims with changelings and kill the changelings with ossification and hallucination spells. The warrior high fae use their transformation magic to turn parasitic fae into human lookalikes of the victims, which are often called changelings. Changelings.
I take out the crime scene photographs with middle-aged victims and lay them out on the table. Using the magnifying glass, I show the oddity in the victim's hands to Theo. This is one of the possible anomalies that is likely to happen due to the complexity of transformation magic used in creating changelings. As famous as these ladies' families are, it would have been a big thing on the papers if they had 6 fingers from when they were children. I don't seem to remember anything like that in the newspapers. Do you?
No, me neither.
Theo looks away, as though trying to remember all the newspapers he has read. It also explains the missing iron in the blood sample, since the corpses are not human. Wait until Theo meets my gaze again before continuing. They then murder the changelings using ossification and hallucination magic. It is done to cover up what they really did to the real humans.
What they really did? Like what?
It can be anything. Real humans might be kidnapped to the fairyland, destined to wed certain fairies and bring forth offspring, or to be employed as a slave, or tortured for amusement until they die. I shiver at the thought of it happening to the poor ladies. Theo appears to be unsettled by the same thoughts as well.
Hold on, are you saying they might still be alive?
There is a chance. Yet the realm of the fairies is still an enigma, even for those who study their kind. The Faeologists in this university have barely met any living fairies. You're aware of how fresh this field is within academia, aren't you? Theo nods. It pains me to admit that I genuinely do not know how to get them back. I will keep trying nonetheless. We both fell silent, as though a heavy weight had settled in our throats, refusing to budge. We can also look at this case from another angle.
The motives.
Based on your investigation, what could the... Okay. Warriors are targeting people blessed by the scribes. The three middle-aged are blessed by scribe phase, shown by the sigils on one of their hands. I say as I hover the blacklight on top of the family photographs, one by one. I mentioned before that especially strong magic can be seen through photographs.
Yes, I remember.
He answers while taking the blacklight out of my hand and checking the sigils himself. 2 sigils light up on Miss Woolridge's family photograph, and one on Mrs. Moore's. The sigil is a sign of being blessed by one of the scribe fae, usually given, okay, we've gone through this. As you know, the middle-aged victims and their families are old rich families that have stayed on top for many decades. That's how strong the magic is. Mrs. Moore was adopted, that's why it's only her who has it. Her late biological parents hailed from a distinguished and affluent lineage. Theo points at the faces in Mrs. Woolridge's photographs.
And he's the biological father, while the other 2 are step-family.
I nod at him. I'm positively sure that should we check into Mrs. Niblett's family photograph, she and her children would display the same sigils.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, and it's also meant as a warning for others not to harm the marked humans.
I guess that warning didn't work in this case, did it?
No, it didn't.
Well, I suppose this does make sense, and it's a pattern.
Yes. This might be targeted murders. He then casts a glance my way with an air of satisfaction around him and breaks into a smile.
Good job.
Why, considering how rarely he gives commendations, this sounds like the compliment of a lifetime. I can feel my confidence is going through the roof. Thank you.
And lastly, what have you found on the poor girl?
Okay, we've gone through this.
You're still investigating whether someone has a link to the girl.
I see. The chemist's parents own a cosmetic company that produces the makeup powder and the evidence. She said it's popular among the upper-class ladies lately since they've gotten Mary Pickford to do the advertisements. Picks out a snow. Okay, write things down. We've gone through that. Anything else? That's all. He heaves a sigh so heavy I can believe he has the weight of the city on his shoulders. Even so, when he looks at me, there's a glint of something that wasn't there before. This fleck of illumination is all the more stark since we started this discussion. It's hope, perhaps. A tiny, delicate thing is blooming in this room to counteract the overwhelming darkness and despair outside.
I always knew you were clever.
That's not what you said when I fucked up the investigation and you ripped a hole through me.
Even though I feel there are still some missing pieces to the puzzle, you've done well. I'm quite impressed.
Thank you, Theo. He answers with a soft smile. I don't know what I'm missing with the coin. Maybe I was supposed to expose it to the light and examine it again with a magnifying glass?
Well, we still got our work cut out for us. But at least for now, innocent people won't get thrown in jail thanks to you.
I'm glad I could help.
Now I just need to convince the chief and the papers. Thing is, I might have to bring up your name in my report. I can't predict how the papers will handle this, but it's possible they'll mention you in Faeology. This is good for your field, of course. But it could draw unwanted, dangerous attention your way.
I'll be fine, Theo. I can protect myself. This is what the field needs.
Indeed, you're more than capable of taking care of yourself. I know that very well.
I do appreciate you worrying over me. Theo's concern seems to fade and he lets out a sigh of relief.
Well, this day's certainly been a ride.
He glances at his wristwatch.
I've still got time until I have to get back to the station. Fancy a drink with me? You can tell me more about fairies. I'll listen with way less judgment this time. Just like I promised.
Sure. Would you mind waiting until I finish grading a few assignments? They'll take 10 minutes at most.
Go ahead.
Focusing my attention on the assignments, there's a minute of companionable silence. The scribbling of my pen is the only noise audible. Theo then speaks.
You know, what we should toast to when we drink.
What?
We should toast to being a good team.
We're a team, are we?
Aren't we? Or at least we should be. Your knowledge of the fairies is exactly what we need to make sense of all this mess. And it's not just that, your talent for investigation is as impressive as they come. If you act as a consultant in a high-profile case like this, you'd be handsomely compensated, of course. Imagine what those funds could do for your Faeological research. So, what do you think? Would you ever consider joining the investigation in an official capacity?
I'll consider it. Whoa, okay, and we got an illustration. I wonder if there's like a detective duo ending 1. Okay. I'm assuming there's an ending if you get the investigation right, but Theo and Mr. Henkel are gonna fucking scrap. Oh, it's another afternoon in the office. My patron has stopped by to discuss a research project that I've been considering. Now that Faeology might get increased credibility, especially with the police, I think we should examine the prevalence of strange deaths caused by fairies, don't you think, Mr. Henkel? The police might agree to help us collect the data.
I'm not so sure about that. It would take time for the police to trust us to that extent. Besides, wouldn't it be more pressing to focus on your research on warrior phase? We have to talk.
Before I can respond, 2 individuals suddenly barge into my office. Sorry, I tried to stop him but couldn't. Even though I've told him you're in a meeting right now. That's okay, Minnie. You can let me handle this. If you say so, Professor. Minnie grumbles at Theo as she walks out. What's eating you, Theo? Theo doesn't so much as glance at Mr. Henkel. He unfurls a rolled-up newspaper from the inner pocket of his coat. He hands it to me. Oh. Oh no. At a glance, I can see the phrases fairies are real, evil is afoot, and fairies killing humans spelled out in bold, oversized letters. As I begin reading, my patron peers over my shoulder to read as well. It is not the chief's statement that made the front page. It's another bizarre murder, and this time, the victim is a beloved celebrity. She danced until her body gave out. They wrote out all the excessively grisly details connected to her death. Moreover, the reports surrounding the other homicides have been thoroughly sensationalized and exaggerated. They've depicted fairies as evil enemies of mankind, and in some parts, they even insinuate that war between beings is brewing. Reading all of this makes my heart sink and my stomach churn. I need to put the paper down for a moment. This is truly awful.
I've already checked the crime scene. The details of this latest incident look similar to what we've uncovered from the previous murders. Given everything, I'd say fairies definitely in the picture here. Though it's still hard to make heads or tails of all this.
It's very difficult to grasp their motives, but judging by the methods and frequency, I have to say this is significant. Something big might be going on in the land of the fairies. As the conversation unfolds, Mr. Henkel appears to be deeply in thought.
I need you to check something really quick.
Theo gives me a photograph of the celebrity. Knowing exactly what he wants, I retrieve the blacklight from my drawer and examine the photograph closely. Both Theo and Mr. Henkel peek over my shoulder to see. A sigil, the same one as the other 3 victims had.
I suppose we can now establish that these are targeted murders.
I nod at him. For some reason, Mr. Henkel is nodding with me. Although the 4th victim, Mary Hatcher, doesn't have the sigil, does she? Did you find anything more about it? Theo shakes his head, leaving behind a troubled look.
Nobody in the purchase records has a strong link to the girl. We're asking around here and there. The girl was a saint. Everybody loved her. Her squabble with Mrs. Niblet is the strongest lead we have.
A striking realization dawns upon me. What if a fairy transformed into a human and purchased the poison?
What? They can do that.
Suddenly, Mr. Henkel's familiar voice fills the room with his long stretch of silence.
Oh yes, detective. Although when a fairy shifts into human shape, they cannot assume the identity of someone already living. Your culprit may well be a name on the list, but one that doesn't truly exist.
I give a nod in agreement with his words, feeling slightly proud that my patron is reading all the knowledge this university has to offer. Theo flinches at Mr. Henkel's input, clearly having dismissed him as part of the furniture. He then scoffs. Theo? All I get from Theo is a shrug. Surprisingly, he turns towards the patron.
From what I've come to understand, fairy magic is more than capable of doing the killing. They've no need for poison. But I won't discard the possibility.
Mr. Henkel only replies with a smile. Well, that's certainly a rare occurrence. Theo goes back to ignoring Mr. Henkel and talks directly to me.
I should mention that I've gotten permission for you to check the crime scene. Come with me tomorrow.
I'll see what I can do.
Alright, I've got to go. I'm leaving the newspaper here. There are more articles about Faeology that you should read.
Without as much as a word of goodbye to Mr. Henkel, Theo turns and leaves. I pick up the paper again and continue reading, while Mr. Henkel silently reads alongside me. The field of Faeology is indeed mentioned quite markedly, but its loyalty to humankind is under scrutiny. Although the police chief spoke of our help, the papers continued to raise doubts about our involvement in these killings. Is the Faeology University a friend or a foe? Okay. I'm assuming there's an ending where we get the investigation, right? And he's like, oh, want to go get drinks? But it's like, sorry, I got plans. So let me try this. We didn't get anything right with the coin. I think I missed something. You know what? Let me just load from here. I think slot 3 is when I choose between Henkel and Rayford. Nothing special. We're gonna show him everything. Because after this, we have one more chance to look at the items. We'll confirm the date. We're gonna end the interview. Could I look at this coin again? Texture looks interesting. That's all she has to say about it? No, okay, well I guess there's not anything you can do with the coin more. Or I'm missing it, whatever. I'm just gonna continue with this save. Fairies were involved. Warrior Fae. Take this coin that I don't really know anything about. Blood is fairy blood. I got this ring. It's part of transformation magic. They were replaced with changelings. Targeting people blessed by scribes. Something about the cults. Okay. That's all I have. Hope. Always knew you were clever. Good job, whatever. Still got our work cut out for us. Okay. So this is all stuff we've seen already. Fancy a drink? I don't know if that's a good idea.
Oh, I get it.
Besides, I must honor a prior appointment with somebody else.
Alright, I'd better get going then.
Be sure to take care of yourself. Same goes for you. Just as the detective is about to leave, my patron arrives at the door.
Oh, of course. Fancy seeing you here, Detective Krause.
Even as Theo continues to glare, Mr. Henkel's eyes are steady on mine.
Are you ready to go?
In a moment, I just have to finish grading these assignments. It'll take 10 minutes at most.
I'm happy to wait for you. Anything for you.
There's a slamming sound as Theo leaves the office just then. After he departs, focus on grading. Blah, blah, blah. Mr. Henkel then breaks the silence.
Are you looking forward to all the exciting funding opportunities we can potentially snag at this event?
I'm not looking forward to rattling my can and waiting for coins to drop.
You know, I'd never let you beg. As long as you're with me, you'll get things done with dignity.
You know what I'm most excited to see? Or taste, rather.
What?
The free-flowing champagne. The fundraiser will have that, right?
Of course, that's a given.
I have a lot to celebrate tonight.
Oh? You have to tell me everything as soon as possible.
I will, I promise. Is there an illustration for this one? Okay. This is ending 2, I think? Gala of Generosity. I think I've gotten most of the endings now. It's another afternoon. This should be the same. Like, I think this is all the same. Okay, I think I got all the endings I can do. But yeah, that's it. I am excited to see the rest of this game. I don't think they have a planned release date for either of their games, but I'm very intrigued. I especially like the direction of where this one is going. I hope the other fairy designs are slightly different from Oz. But we'll see. Let's see. Who is streaming right now? We could go raid 0. But yeah, I liked both of those games. They have obviously very different tones, but like the music and the sound was good. The writing I enjoyed. So I'm excited to see the full games. Let me just end the recording before I forget. Start the raid. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend if it's still the weekend for you. Happy Mother's Day again to my fellow Canadians. And I will see you next time. I think, what is it? Technically, tomorrow is the last day of the festival. I've technically got 2 more games that I want to play. So we'll see how I fit that into my schedule. But yeah, have a good rest of your day, time. I need to go do some errands. Bye-bye.